Members take their seats. Members take their seats. The House will come to order. The members will be attentive to announcements from the clerk.
Good morning, members of the House. Please take your seats if you have not already done so. We have a couple of quick announcements, please. First and foremost, if you've ever been to this type of place, you need to understand about validating your parking. There is a validating stamp at both the Democratic and Republican sides of the chamber. If you believe that your stamp if you believe that your ticket has already been validated, but it does not say client paid on the stamp, then you must get it stamped at the party tables. Bathrooms. Over to my left are masked restrooms only. Right outside the door over here to my right are unmasked restrooms. Please follow the signs. Thank you. When you are speaking today, please identify which microphone you're speaking at, and please state your name so that we know for the journal who you are. Thank you very much.
The House will come to order. The recess session of June 24, 2021 is now reconvened, and I declare a quorum is present. The House will attend to a prayer by House Chaplain Reverend Bob Stewart, pastor of St. Paul's United Methodist Church in Manchester.
Good morning and a Happy New Year to all of you. I'd like to begin sharing a short prayer for the new year written by Rabbi Evan Moffick. Eternal God, you gave us the greatest gift, the gift of life. In the coming year, help us use it wisely. May we grow in generosity, kindness, and forgiveness. May we grow in hope, faith, and love. Amen. Tender and compassionate God, we seek to know you through the reading and hearing of your word and pray that we may go beyond hearing to obeying, as shown by the faithful life of your departed servant, Representative Barbara Shaw, whom we honor and remember this day. She served you and the great state of New Hampshire for the past 22 years. We know that Barbara was special in your eyes, worthy of your special attention and ours, for she served you and us well in the tasks that were given to her. O God of both the living and the dead, we praise your holy name for all your servants who have faithfully lived and died. We thank you for the sacred ties that bind each of us together to those unseen who encompass us as a cloud of witnesses. We have been encouraged by Barbara and her example of leadership through her example of love for others. O loving and compassionate God, we pray for Barbara's friends and her family as they grieve her passing. God of us all, your love never ends. When all else fails, you still are God. We pray to you for one another in our need and for all anywhere who mourn with us this day. Let us pause for a moment of silence as we remember our colleague, our friend, and our sister, Barbara E. Shaw, who went home to the Lord on Wednesday, December 22nd, 2021. O God, to us you have entrusted the task of governing this state, the state of New Hampshire. Make us faithful in our service. In our discussions for this new year, give us clarity and understanding of differing views. Let us listen to each other so that we may have a clearer picture of the matters at hand. In our voting, give us wisdom and integrity. Be with each of us this day as we make decisions for all those that we represent. May our voice be a voice that is pleasing to your ears, O God. Be with us and guide us through this day, we pray. Amen.
Mr. Speaker, it's my understanding that the remarks of the chaplain are always placed in the permanent journal. Therefore, there's no reason to ask for the memorialization of Representative Shaw to be put in the permanent record, because that is done automatically. Yeah, thank you. For the House is on.
The chair recognizes the member from Londonderry, Representative Al Baldessaro, who will lead us in a Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Hoorah.
Please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem. The House will attend to request. Oh, The House will attend to requests for leaves of absence.
Mr. Speaker, the day, illness, Representatives Aldrich, Dauntonville, Fenton, Hopper, Litchfield, Pantelakis, Rhodes, Rouillard, Spang, Van de Castile. The day, important business, Representatives Birch, Cody, Ebel, Fargo, Moran, Myler, Salloway, Southworth. The day, illness in the family, Sandler, Savakidis, Tanner.
These leaves of absence will be granted unless otherwise ordered by the House. The House will now attend to communication.
Mr. Speaker, in a letter dated July 22nd, 2021, Mr. Speaker, please accept my resignation from the House of Representatives effective immediately. Enclosed are my key cards, my transponder, and a key that Janet Clayman will need to LOB offices. Sincerely, Lynn Ober. July 22nd, 2021. Mr. Speaker, please accept my resignation from the House of Representatives effective immediately. Enclosed are my key card and my transponder. Sincerely, Russell T. Ober III. July 29th, 2021. Good evening, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Clerk. My apologies for not having notified you sooner of my recent move out of Hillsborough 6, Goffstown. Shortly after the closing on my Goffstown home, I drafted an email on my iPad while traveling, and for some reason the email did not send from that device. Please accept this email as my formal resignation to the New Hampshire House of Representatives. It has been an absolute honor and pleasure to serve alongside the members of the People's House. From the first day I walked up the steps of the State House to my last, it has been a humbling experience and one I will forever cherish. My resignation has been brought on by a business opportunity which involves relocating my family to the state of Florida, where I will be starting and managing a new joint venture between myself and an Italian manufacturer. I am forever grateful that my constituents in Goffstown entrusted me with the duties of legislating for their community, but the difficult decision to relocate was best for my family. Although I will now be residing in Florida, I will always be a New Hampshireite. I will truly miss my time in the House, and I'm hoping that someday I will have another opportunity to serve. Best regards, Michael Gunsky. October 27, 2021. Mr. Packard, on September 17th, I lost my 19-year-old son, Andre Dennis Dosty, in a motorcycle accident. My son was my life, my love, my everything. I have a good support system, and I believe everything will be all right. I'm resigning as a New Hampshire State Rep. Thank you for your understanding. Thank you, Donald Dosty. November 15th, 2021. Dear Speaker Packard, as of Friday, November 12th, I no longer reside in Hillsborough District 3. I have moved to Londonderry, which I believe is your district. According to my understanding of House rules, I must resign my seat in the New Hampshire House. I will miss the many reps and staff members who worked so hard to make the House a successful and effective organization. I have appreciated all the effort that goes into preserving the traditions and dignity of our state government. You have my best wishes for the upcoming session. Sincerely, Daniel Pickering. December 17th, 2021. Dear Paul, please accept this correspondence as my letter of resignation from the New Hampshire House, effective immediately. I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to those whom I've had the honor to represent, my colleagues, and to everyone who makes the work we do possible. I've thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to serve in this body. The new year offers a time of change and transition. Much has changed for me personally in this year. The biggest and happiest change has been the blessing I have received in becoming engaged to be married. Because of this, I have moved to Vermont to be with my fiancé and to focus on our endeavors and lives together as a soon-to-be married couple. I wish you a happy and prosperous new year. The important work continues. Respectfully submitted, Dennis M. Ruprecht, Jr. October 13th. Dear Paul, please be advised that the following representative-elect was sworn into office by the Governor and Executive Council on this day. Hillsborough County District 7, Catherine A. Rombo, Bedford. Sincerely, William M. Gardner, Secretary of State. I should say welcome.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House.
Dear Paul, please be advised, on November 10th, 2021, the following representative-elect was sworn into office by the Governor and Executive Council on this day. Andrew Manival, Harrisville. Sincerely, William M. Gardner, Secretary of State.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House, Representative.
And on December 22nd, 2021, Dear Paul, please be advised that the following representative-elect was sworn into office by the Governor and Executive Council on this day. Rockingham District 6, Jody Nelson, Derry. Sincerely, William M. Gardner, Secretary of State.
Welcome to the New Hampshire House. The House will attend to the Governor's veto message on House Bill 98 relative to the date of the state primary election. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the Governor's veto, shall House Bill 98 become law? Chair recognizes Representative Abramson to speak for the override.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I cannot find a chair anywhere on in this section.
What?
All right, I'll find a chair afterwards. I didn't mean to bring that up now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a chair right there. I'm asking members to vote green in spite of the governor's veto on HB 98. We've been trying for many years to move the state primary up even a month. And House Bill 98 was the opportunity to do that. The vast majority of Republicans, and I would say every Republican I know on this side, has supported this bill. The idea was simply that when we talk to the Secretary of State, every few years we have a time period where the September state primary will happen just 8 weeks before the general election. And for some of our overseas military personnel and merchant mariners, they're not able to get their overseas ballot to them from the state primary and get it back in time. So this is simply about our overseas military people being able to be sure that they get a vote. We found that it's a few hundred votes a year that end up not getting counted, and those are the people who are overseas fighting for our right to vote, and so I believe that this bill is necessary.
The member has a question?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, would it be in order at this point to move for a test vote to test the clickers? Or has that been done?
I
I would just say that we replaced every single battery this past year.
Okay, all right.
We have made sure that all clickers work.
Okay. The clerks informed me that they replaced the batteries in every single clicker, and they should work. They have tested it.
You can test yours out by voting green.
Do we need that? No, that's taking probably just never following it down. Okay, good start for the day. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote of members present and voting is required to override a veto. If you're in favor and the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bergeron. Representative Chrétien. Representative DeSimone. Representative Emmerich. Representative Faulkner. Representative Bob Green. Representative Griffith. Representative Hayward. Representative Kalansky. Representative Alisea, where are you? Teresa.
All right, she should be all set.
All right, we're all set.
Have all members voted that were present that had the ability to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. "38 voting yes, 313 voting nay. The veto is sustained, and the test is complete. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 239 FN relative to prosecutions for certain assaults against minors. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 239 FN become law? The chair recognizes Representative Abramson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over here at D2. This bill essentially was an attempt to correct an error in the statute of limitations. It was a result of a constituent in my district. His son, starting at age 4, was physically abused by his stepfather very, very badly, something that continued for many, many years. By the time this was reported to the police and was to be sent to the county attorney's office to be prosecuted, they were told that because the statute of limitations of 6 years had run out, that there was simply no way that they could prosecute this particular case. So we found that there are many, many child abuse cases where the abuser and even criminals who are attacking children are getting off scot-free by simply running out the clock, the 6-year statute of limitations. So I took up this bill. In fact, I ran for re-election in part to put this bill in. And it was, the simple intent was that, similar to sexual assault, the clock doesn't start running under this bill until the victim turns age 18. So the victim would have until they're effectively 24 years old to report the crime and go ahead and go after the child abuser or the attacker. Now, at no point during the process did anyone come forward in either the State House or the State Senate and testify against this bill. In fact, the bill, this is the second time through, the bill had unanimous support in the House Criminal Justice Committee. It had unanimous support on the floor. It had unanimous support in the Senate Judiciary Committee and in the floor of the Senate. There was not a single member of the General Court who voted against this, and I want to thank members for supporting this bill. There was not a single witness who came out and testified, and it wasn't until the veto came in that anyone had raised an objection. Unfortunately, I, as the bill sponsor, have not received any contact about whoever this mystery person is from any of the 10 county attorneys' offices or the Department of Justice. out of hundreds of people possible. I've tried contacting the governor's legislative liaison to find out who the person is who raised an objection to some technical issue about the bill. I've had other people, including lawyers and members of this House, look back at the bill and try to figure out, based on the veto message, what the problem is. And we can't guess here. There's a process that we maintain in the State House for public hearings that allow anyone in the state to come forward and object if they have a concern with a bill. And no one, until after the bill had already gone through, stated anything. And absolutely no one has stated anything to me. I haven't gotten a word back from the legislative liaison in 3 years. So I'm asking members to please don't drag this on for another session. Let's get this done now. Please press the green button and don't let more child abusers and more criminals get off scot-free by simply abusing the statute of limitations. Let people have a realistic chance to bring their case forward and prosecute these cases. Green button.
Chair recognizes Representative Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over here at D1. I rise in support of sustaining the governor's veto. This bill is well intended, and as the previous speaker just said, it passed on consent last term and this term. However, at the point where the legislative process was completed, there were some concerns raised about some unintended consequences. As part of the veto, they were nice enough to at least provide some suggested language that would accomplish the bill's objective without these potential unintended consequences. That language has been provided and it's available on the governor's website. For that reason, I think if we work together in the committee, we'll be able to get this right and carry this over the finish line. So please push that red button in support sustaining the veto. Thank you.
The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote of the members present and voting is required to override a veto. If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Roll call. It is House Bill 239 that we are voting on right now.
Representative Belanger, Representative Bernardi.
Mr. Clerk, these screens are saying HB 98. Are we on HB 230?
No, we're on House Bill
I know we're on, Mr. Speaker, but the
239.
screens.
I know. They're having a little problem there. They're having a technical issue. They're working on it.
Representative O'Brien. Representative Rombo, are you here? Can you push your clicker?
Has everyone present had a chance to vote? House will state the vote. 35 voting yea, 312 voting nay. The governor's veto is sustained. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 242. Why does the member rise?
Oh, thank you for recognizing, Mr. Speaker. This is related to the confusion we had over the PowerPoint we have here. Is this session is being live streamed, and where can people find the stream?
Yes, and there's a link on the website.
Okay, where on the website? All right.
We'll get that information for you.
All right, thank you. Thanks.
The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 242 relative to the content of an adequate education.
Mr. Speaker, just in case you want to, so right on the main board of the general page, where it says next House session, click on that link and it takes you to the live stream. Okay. Right on the main page of the general court site.
Right on the main page of the general court site, if you click on next House session, that's where you'll find the information. The question before the House, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 242 become law? The chair recognizes Representative Luno to speak for the override.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Although House Bill 242 was introduced as a partisan bill, the final version of the bill from a bipartisan Committee of Conference report included provisions that benefit students, like improvement in the adequacy standard to include financial literacy, and to benefit taxpayers, especially taxpayers who live in cities and towns with lower property values. Things that we can all agree on are good. For these reasons, please support the motion to let House Bill 242 become law. Thank you.
The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote of the members present and voting is required to override a veto. The chair recognizes Representative Mullen for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there are many essential parts to an adequate education and that they must be demonstrated through both knowledge and skill, and if I believe that curriculum areas such as environmental sciences, civics and government, financial literacy, and an understanding of logic and rhetoric are key elements among others, if I know that House Bill 242 would require that schools in New Hampshire are both transparent and accountable to families and communities in providing the specified components of an adequate education, and that improvements made during the Committee of Conference would benefit economically disadvantaged students and lessen the burden on taxpayers in providing such an adequate education, would I now push the green yay button to allow House Bill 242 to become law?
If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open. We're already in the voting mode, Representative.
I was put down as a person to do a PI on this.
I didn't have you on this one.
Unfortunately, Representative, we didn't have you on the chart. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Roll call.
Representative Adjutant, Representative Acton. Representative Huff, Representative Klee, Representative Lundgren, Representative Lewicki, Representative Macbeth, Representative McKinney, Representative Murner, Representative Moran, Representative Nordgren, Representative Richards, Representative Snow, Representative Sykes. If the members would please beg our indulgence, we are working on the technical issue with the transcription of the computer that's up here. We're on the phone with our IT folks to try to resolve it. We apologize for any confusion.
Have all members voted that had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. It's coming.
accurate?
165 voting yea, 182 voting nay. The governor's veto is sustained. The House will attend to the governor's veto message on House Bill 334 relative to prohibitions on carrying a loaded firearm on an OHRV or snowmobile and relative to the procedure for which conducting firearm background checks. The question before the House is notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall House Bill 334 become law? The chair recognizes Representative Burt to speak for the override.
Mr. Speaker, while I'm sitting here, if I may first, I can hear you, but I cannot hear whatever the clerk said in the previous speeches he had. The microphone up here, not the microphone, but the speaker, I can't hear anybody. And the people around me are saying the same thing. So I'll get to my speech. And am I allowed, can I ask a question of the chair?
State your question.
Am I allowed to say governor? Because I know we can't speak of the other body, but am I allowed in my speech to say governor?
The member really shouldn't reference any member or any yeah, we don't get into the other side of the aisle, the other side of the wall, or the executive branch.
Okay,
so
thank you.
I would appreciate it if you didn't get into that.
Yeah, I won't say the word. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, House Bill 334 is a great bill. The person that vetoed it hurt my feelings. House Bill 334 is a very simple bill. What it allows is for me or anybody else in New Hampshire to carry a loaded handgun, only a handgun, on a snowmobile or ATV. That's all it does. Why this bill was brought forward was because Fish and Game has a law that goes against constitutional carry. And I'm being told it's a rule. But what's really funny, Mr. Speaker, is if I have a valid New Hampshire concealed carry license, I can carry a gun on a snowmobile or ATV. But if I don't, I can't. That is pretty silly. So that is what this bill does. It just repeals that section. So we need to repeal it and get rid of it. So lastly, Mr. Speaker, House Bill 334 is a housekeeping bill to make constitutional carry in line with all vehicles. I asked my friends on both sides of the aisle to send that person that vetoed this bill a clear message that New Hampshire wants an accurate constitutional carry. So, Mr. Speaker, I am sure you will join me, and please press that beautiful bright green button. And I want to thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Abramson to speak for the override.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand in favor of pressing the green button and passing this bill in spite of the governor's veto. And the reason is, and what I tried to bring up in the first time this bill came through a debate, is what happens if somebody's out on a trailhead or somebody's out in the forest or out in the field somewhere, and they have their OHRV, and they also have their firearm. The current Fish and Game rule tells many people that they literally have to abandon their firearm on the trail. And I felt that that was a dangerous situation, and that isn't something, when I used to teach firearm safety, I would never have suggested anything as absurd as that. And yet that's essentially what the Fish and Game rule does under those admittedly rare circumstances. The state should never, under any circumstances, tell people that they have to do the unsafe thing. That if somebody does have a firearm, or if someone in their party has a firearm, they should never have to abandon their firearm. That you should be allowed to take your firearm with you back to your truck or back to your home and transport it. I think that that's just a matter of principle. Now, there is an RSA 627, Section 3, the competing harms defense. If you were ever charged, you could theoretically take this to court and say that you're trying to prevent a greater competing harm, but nobody should ever be fined and have to take that issue up. I think that the state should never have a rule ever that tells people that they have to do something that's unsafe.
Will the member yield to a question?
Yes, I will.
Member yields.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for taking my question. I'm not a hunter, I'm not a snowmobiler or any of that stuff there, but I do see stories of bear, wolves, coyote throughout New Hampshire. When you're on our trails and you can't have a loaded gun, how do you handle that if you come across one of them black bears or coyote or anything without a round in your weapon? I mean, how do you do that?
Well, if you're on a trail and you're attacked by a bear, you better hope that you're an Army guy, because if you're unarmed, you better be a lot tougher than the average bear. But yeah, you're right. You got to have a firearm to defend yourself. I'll tell you that even though Seabrook is actually strangely considered part of a, urban compact, it's considered an urban zone by the U.S. Census. We have wild animals going through my backyard all the time, literally all the time. We've had everything from fisher cats to cougars and other types of animals coming through Seabrook. or mountain lions, I should say.
Does the member yield to another question?
Yes, I do.
It's getting awful loud in here. Awful lot of chatter we can hear up here. Members have a right to be heard. Yes, he is going to yield.
Thank you.
He's going to yield to another question. Member may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Not you, Representative. Wait a minute.
Sorry, Betty, it's back here, all the way behind you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, member, for asking the question. Would it surprise you to know that I spoke to Fish and Game about this bill and the executive director? They have not enforced this law since we passed constitutional carry for that same exact reason, and that they would support a clean bill in a future date.
Does the member yield to a further question?
I would say that the bill is a clean bill. I do not understand what the objection is with the language associated with it from the governor's veto message. Yes, I will take another question.
Representative, you may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern is not the intent of the bill. All of it sounds good to me. I support the right to bear arms. My concern is that this cedes some authority from New Hampshire officials to grant permission to purchase a gun. The last several years have shown us that
Representative, you were asking a question?
Yes. How does this bill protect us if we leave it as intact, all the sections of it? How does this bill protect us from capricious response by the FBI in another state, very difficult to reach? How does it protect us by removing the New Hampshire arm of the processors of purchasing a gun, the gun line? How does this protect us from by denying our access to the gun line?
Okay.
All right, so I think I understand the question. I believe that this issue was discussed when the bill went through committee the first time, and I didn't hear anyone raise that objection from the actual language of the bill. So I don't agree with what the question is implying.
Okay. Yeah, just a gentle reminder that you should refer to a fellow representative as representative, not their first name. Thank you. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote of the members present. Oh, I'm sorry. Chair recognizes Representative Buse to speak to sustain the governor's veto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, today I rise to urge you to vote no to sustain the veto of HB 334. As originally passed by the House, HB 334 would have allowed operators and passengers on OHRVs and snowmobiles to carry loaded pistols or revolvers. But when the bill came back to us from the other body, it was amended to include much of the language of another bill, a controversial bill that would eliminate the role of the state police gun line in handgun background checks. As was stated in the veto message, changes to the background check process are no longer needed. The pandemic may still be with us, but the staffing issues, the technology issues, and the process issues that led to frustrating delays for would-be handgun buyers during the first months of COVID have been fixed. Domestic violence advocates have also warned us that eliminating the state police role in handgun background checks would open up dangerous holes in the system that would leave more victims vulnerable to domestic violence homicide. HB 334 would also shift responsibility for conducting background checks prior to the return of firearms to people subject to protective orders from the state police to county sheriffs. While the bill appropriates $10,000 for each county sheriff to pay for training in computer systems, this amounts to only a small fraction of what larger counties will need. Colleagues, this bill is not only unnecessary and potentially dangerous, it's also an unfunded mandate for New Hampshire counties that endangers members of the public who deserve our protection. Please join me in voting no to sustain this veto. Thank you.
The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote of the members present and voting is required to override a veto. If you're in favor of having the bill become law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Roll call.
Representative Alexander, Representative Stephen Boyd, Representative Bunker, Representative Cannon, Representative Kaplan, Representative Cleaver, Representative Cloutier, Representative Connors, Representative Cross, Representative Goley, Representative Petrigno, Representative Osborne, Osborne's not here, Representative Janice Schmidt, Representative Tausch, thank you, Representative Welkowitz, thank you. That should be it. Representative Cloutier, we have you. You're good. Thank you. I think we're all set. Nope.
Have all members voted that were present? The House will sustain the vote. 138 voting yea, 212 voting nay. The governor's veto is sustained.
Mr. Speaker, point of order at A1. Hi, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out that roll call is being announced by the Sergeant-at-Arms while the 30-second window is enacted. That is not usually enough time to make it from the restroom to come vote. And just wanted to point that out so we can have time for people to make it back for the vote. Thank you.
Point of order well taken. We'll make sure we do better. Okay, can I have everyone's attention, please? We're waiting for Senate Bill 38 to come over from the Senate. It seems that they're going to override the governor's veto on that bill. The Senate hasn't started yet because it seems that a number of their members are caught in traffic trying to get to the State House. And we can't adjourn from 2021 until we take up that particular veto. Without objection, we can take up the amendments to rules. Okay.
Osborne and Shurtleff move the adoption of House Rule 66 as printed in the rules committee.
Representative Osborne and Shurtleff move the proposed amendment to House Rules printed in calendar 52, House Rule 66. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it by the 2/3. The chair now recognizes Representative Weber for a motion to an amendment for House Rules, House Rule 67.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move an amendment that has been handed out to Rule 67, and I ask to speak to my motion.
You're recognized to speak.
Thank you. The amendment is drawn as a very simple amendment which permits but does not require remote access for the House, its committees, and subcommittees. So if we need to use remote access, we do not have to have a rules change in order to do it. I know that people have raised the issue of RSA 91A, which requires the presence of a quorum. That has been resolved by the Supreme Court. It's ruled that a presence of a quorum may be determined electronically. I also note that our rules are of higher priority than state statute, and the courts have affirmed the ability of the House to set its own rules. Most importantly, this provision, if passed and implemented, would not only provide for safe access, both for members and for the public, but it is a provision that increases public participation, public observation, and public comment rather than decreasing it. So I would ask you to join me in pushing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the member from Charlestown, Representative Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So my first objection to this proposed rules amendment is that it's a concept and not a plan. We have had multiple talks about how you would actually implement something like this, and so far I haven't seen anything realistic that would work. This is, at best, premature. Second, my experience over the past, 2 years of us meeting virtually, is that the House members have come to regard each other as talking heads on a screen. Because of that, I believe our processes are broken down. There's more animosity, less collegiality, and it's really important that we get back to that. Something like this should not be done lightly. A complete, well-thought-out plan should be presented, and just as an idea, I cannot support this.
Senator Spiti has requested a roll call. Members will take their seats. Is that, I'm sorry, I'll get there. It's been 6 months. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
Mr. Speaker, at D1, I have an actual parliamentary inquiry, and that is, at this point, to pass a rule change, is it a majority or 2/3?
2/3.
Thank you.
Okay. No, it's a roll call. Thank you. Okay. Members will take their seats. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members need to be in their seats. The chair recognizes Representative Spedia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Friends, if I believe that safe participation should be available to members and the public, and if I believe that we are still navigating this pandemic where things continue to be shifting, and if I believe that we successfully navigated through remote access in committee last year, then would I now vote green to amend House Rule 67? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If, in addition to the concerns I cited earlier, I also believe that there can be constitutional issues with allowing the House to meet completely virtually, then would I press the red button?
The question is on the amendment to House Rule 67. This is a roll call vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed,
Question for the speaker? Question for the speaker?
I've already put the question. We're in the voting mode right now.
Inquiry of the speaker?
We're in the voting mode, Representative. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Shapiro. Representative Welkowitz. Representative Simon.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (169) voting yea, 186 voting nay. The amendment fails.
Question for the speaker?
Make your inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You've gone on record a couple of times in the public eye saying that the reason that we cannot have remote participation is because we do not have a rule. And when given the opportunity just now, your party voted down that rule. What will your excuse be now?
Representative, that question's out of line right now. Okay, this is the predicament we're in. Right now, the House is going to have to be in recess until we get Senate Bill 38 from the Senate. I can't tell you if that's going to be 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or a half an hour. But as soon as we get it, we asked everybody to return to your seats as soon as possible. We're in recess. Members, take your seats. We have Senate Bill 38. Once we get through that, we have to take another break. Members, take your seats, please. The chair recognizes the clerk for a message.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Senate has voted to override the governor's veto on the following bill, Senate Bill 38, relative to the organization of alternative treatment centers.
The House will attend to the governor's veto message on Senate Bill 38, relative to organization of alternative treatment centers. The question before the House is, notwithstanding the governor's veto, shall Senate Bill 38 become law? The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote of members present and voting is required to override a veto. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats. The chair recognizes. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take your seats, please. The sooner you take your seats, the sooner we can move on. We need to maintain silence while we're working on bills so everyone can hear. The state constitution requires a roll call. A two-thirds vote of the members present and voting is required to override a veto. The chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since I have voted against this bill multiple times, and I voted against it because it was in a deal that was made that these were going to be non-profit so that the marijuana was not sold in a way that it was to be a profit-making business. If, Mr. Speaker, if I truly believe that there is no need to pass this legislation, that these marijuana centers are already well-financed by the owners of marijuana facilities across the country, would I now vote to sustain the governor's veto?
This will be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Bartlett for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that the alternative treatment centers are very important to many New Hampshire folks, and if I know that financing these centers is particularly difficult as nonprofits, which they are now restricted to be, and if I know that allowing them to be organized as a for-profit company just as any other business can be, would I now press the green button to override the governor's veto? Thank you.
This will be a roll call vote. If you're in favor of the bill becoming law, you will press the green button. If you are opposed and wish to sustain the governor's veto, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. Roll call.
Representative Allegro, Representative Avalani, Representative Bean, Representative Bullier, Representative Belanger, Representative Binford, Representative Cannon, Representative Cleaver, Representative Deshay, Representative Dodge, Representative Fellows, Representative Edgar, Representative Harley. We have you, Representative Bullier. You've got it. Representative Van, you're all set. Hold on. Representative Cannon, you're all set. Hayward. You're all set. You're good. Representative Avalani. It's not registering. Can you come closer, please?
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attain to the state of the vote. 228 voting yea, 115 voting nay. It fails, lacking the necessary two-thirds. We're going to be in recess.
Nope, we're going to adjourn from the...
Okay. Where is it?
Right here.
All right. Representative Osborne moves that the House adjourn from the 2021 session. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The first year session of the 167th General Court of New Hampshire House of Representatives stands adjourned. The House is in recess for approximately 30 minutes while staff prepares us for next year, 2022.
Members, please take your seats. We are a minute and a half away.
Members, take your seats. We're ready to go. Members, take your seats. Before we get going, I would just like to remind everybody that unfortunately the acoustics in this building aren't the greatest. So if we have a lot of chatter, members are having a tough time hearing. So I'm asking that you all take into consideration all of your colleagues in this room and try and keep your chatter down to absolutely nil. If you have to have a conversation, maybe just shoot out into the hallway so all the members can hear. This day, January 5th, 2022, first Wednesday following the first Tuesday in January, being the day designated by the Constitution, Part 2, Article 3, for assembling of the second year session of the 167th General Court of the State of New Hampshire, the Expo Center in Doubletree by Hilton in the city of Manchester. The 2022 House of Representatives is now convened. The House will be attentive while we call the roll of the House using the roll call system. Please press your green button. One second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds and we're good. Okay, the House will be attentive to the roll call using the roll call system. Please press your green button for attendance.
Members, to be clear, this is the call of the roll to establish a quorum to begin the new session. Please make sure you are pressing your buttons. Have all members present voted? Press your green button. Representative Binford, come on down, please. Representative Leon, please do not hit the voting device.
Has everybody voted? Press their green button. Okay. With 351 members having answered the call, the chair declares a quorum present. The House will attend to a memorial resolution.
House Resolution Number 19, memorializing State Representative Barbara Shaw of Manchester. Whereas we have learned with profound sorrow of the death of our friend and colleague Barbara E. Shaw, who was serving her 11th term as a state representative representing the citizens of Manchester's Ward 9. And whereas a dedicated advocate of education, Barbara Shaw spent her life as an educator and administrator, and once becoming a member of the House, served 8 of her 11 terms on the Education Committee, serving as clerk of that committee a remarkable 5 times. And whereas a committed public servant at every level of life, Barbara Shaw was concurrently serving as alderman in Manchester's Ward 9 and was the longest-serving female alderman in the city's history. And whereas Barbara Shaw cared about people and would often show up to assist a constituent in moving, assist the homeless with errands and support, hear every side of an issue from every concerned citizen, and was admired for her sincerity and honesty. And whereas Barbara Shaw was a devoted wife, mother, and grandmother who took immeasurable pride in her family and will be forever known as a staple in Manchester's lore. Now therefore be it resolved by the House of Representatives in regular session convened, Barbara E. Shaw be granted the highest praise and accolades, and our profound thanks for her service to the state and the city she called home. And be it further resolved that expressions of our most heartfelt sympathy be extended to her family, and that a suitable copy of this resolution be prepared for presentation to them, offered by the House of Representatives.
Would everybody please rise and join me in a moment of silence in honor of the memory of Honorable Barbara Shaw of Manchester. Before we get into the next order of business, just for your knowledge, they're going to start distributing the meals around 11:45. And once all the meals are distributed, we will take a half-hour to 45-minute break. But their meals will be distributed first and will probably be around 12:30. The House will attend to a motion to suspend House rules.
Mr. Speaker, Representatives Stephen Smith and Shurtleff move that all necessary House rules be so far suspended so as to allow introduction and consideration at the present time of House Bill 1650, relative to mileage for members of the legislature, without the required referral to committee, public hearing, and report from committee, and if passed, allow for immediate third reading.
Are you ready for the question? A division has been requested. All members take your seats. Division! This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the Rules Committee approved this in a unanimous bipartisan vote, and that as long as we allow suspension of the rules, we'll get to talk about the substance of the bill, would I press the green button?
This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Bullier, you're all set. Representative Ammon, Representative Baroudi, Representative Bergeron, Representative Freitas, Representative Harley, Representative Johnson, Representative Levitt, Representative John McDonald, Representative Lockman, Representative Brody, you're all set now. Thank you. Representative Johnson, you're all set. Representative Nunes. Representative McBride. Hold on just a minute. All set, Representative Nunes. It's good. Representative Freitas, you're all set.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 317 voting yea, 40 voting nay. Suspension of the rules passes. Clerk, House will attend to a resolution.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Osborne offers the following. Resolved that in accordance with the list in the possession of the clerk, House Bill number 1650 shall be by this resolution read a first and second time.
Are you ready for the question?
It's an introduction.
For what reason does the member rise?
I call for a division vote, and I'd like to do a PI.
A division has been requested. All members will take their seats. Division! Representative Stephen Pearson requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. chair recognizes Representative Sylvia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that this bill has not had a public hearing, and if I know that this bill will assure that our House chamber becomes a museum, and furthermore, if I know that this bill further perpetuates a pandemic that has come to an end, would I then press the red button?
House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the proper way to do this and debate the substance of the bill is to introduce it, then would I press the green button?
This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Fadolfi. Representative Harley. Representative McGuire.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (326) voting yea, 34 voting nay. The resolution is adopted. Representative Stephen Smith moves that House Bill 1650 ought to pass. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Recognize the clerk for a third reading motion.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Osborne moves that House Bill 1650, relative to mileage for members of the legislature, be read by title only, and that it be read a third time by this resolution, and that its title be the same as adopted, and that it be passed at the present time.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Where are we? Okay. Okay. The House will attend to a resolution.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Osborne offers the following. Resolved that in accordance with the list in the possession of the clerk, House bills numbered 1000 through 1074, 1076 through 1208, 1210 through 1224, 1226 through 1300, 1302 through 1470, 1472 through 1478, 1480 through 1609, 1611 through 1649, 1651 through 1685, and 2022. House concurrent resolutions numbered 6 through 9, House resolutions numbered 15 through 18, and constitutional amendment concurrent resolutions numbered 13 through 15 and 17 through 35 shall be by this resolution read a first and second time by the therein listed titles and referred to the therein designated committees.
Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. The House will now attend to the consent calendar.
Mr. Speaker, from the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, House Bill 408, removed by Representative Lynn. From the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, House Bill 526, removed by Representative Abramson. From the Committee on Election Law, House Bill 362, removed by Representative Silber. From the Committee on Transportation, House Bill 116, removed by Representative Guthrie.
Are there any other bills to be removed from the consent calendar? Representative Osborne moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's House record be adopted. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent calendar is adopted. Under Rules of the House, from the Committee on Health and Human Services and Elderly Affairs, House Bill 314 is referred to the Committee on Executive Departments and Administration. Representative Sytek declared a conflict of interest on House Bill 498, did not participate in the vote on the consent calendar. The House will now attend to bills on the regular calendar. The Committee on Children and Family Law, to which was referred House Bill 60, an act raising the minimum age of marriage. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution, that it is inexpedient to legislate. So Josh Ocala for the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Levesque to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have presented to the committee with research from numerous child advocacy groups such as UNICEF, Unchained at Last, Tahiri Justice Center, and the New Hampshire chapter of the National Society of Social Workers that shows the effects of child marriage has on young girls. The committee heard testimony from multiple survivors of child marriage and how it has horrifically affected their lives. This information has been presented to the committee numerous times. Not once has anyone or any organization presented data to support that opinion that child marriage has any benefits to children. In the committee, it was brought up that New Hampshire needs to have child marriage in case of teen pregnancy. It is a fact that New Hampshire rates 51 out of 52 states for the lowest teen pregnancy rates in the U.S. We have combated teen pregnancy and we are winning that battle. Also, it has been argued that we need to allow child marriage to allow their soldier sweetheart because they could be shipped off to war. I ask, what war? The U.S. is not at war. Child marriage directly impacts girls' education, health, psychological well-being, and the health of their offspring. It increases the risk of depression, anxiety, and bipolar disorders, sexually transmitted infections, cervical cancer, obstetric fistulas, and maternal mortality. Their offspring are at increased risk for premature birth and subsequently neonatal or infant death. Young girls in child marriages are denied an appropriate childhood and adolescence and are subject to increased incidents of psychological abuse as well as domestic violence. A curbing of personal liberty and an incomplete education and a lack of employment and career prospects. We have seen parents bring their children across borders to have them married before, and New Hampshire stand on the cusp of becoming child marriage wedding destination. I am sure that's something we do not want for New Hampshire. New Hampshire has a choice, and we can continue to be part of the global child forced marriage, human trafficking problem, or we can stand against this. 6 states have seen the harm that child marriage does and made the decision to end child marriage. So I ask you, why can't we? Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
The House will be in order. For what members a member rise?
Will the member yield to a question?
Does the member yield to a question? Looks like no.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the member from Hudson, Representative Rice, to speak for the committee report.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the majority committee recommendation of ITL on HB 60. A few years ago, the age of marriage was raised to 16. Currently, parental and judicial consent is needed, and clear and convincing evidence that the marriage is in the best interest of the persons below the age of consent must be presented. In 2019, there were 0 underage marriages, and in 2020, there were 5, all of whom were 17 years old. These were informed decisions made between parents, the judiciary, and the persons under the age of consent. After seeing these numbers, the majority of the committee felt that this was trying to fix a problem that doesn't exist in New Hampshire. Please support the majority recommendation of ITL and press the green button. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, question.
Does the member yield to a question? The member yields. You may inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Madam, thank you for taking my question. As the chairman of Veterans Affairs and somebody that served 22 years on active duty, many military people show up, 17, 18-year-olds, with brides that are 16, 17, 18 years. Many of them are pregnant. Are you aware of this? Was this brought up? And I thank you for what you did in your committee.
Yes, I'm aware. Thank you.
Thank you.
The question is on House Bill 60, Committee Report of Inexpedient to Legislate. Are you ready for the question? We had to wait for the division before we called for the parliamentary inquiries. So a division has been called for. So members, take your seats. This will be a division vote.
Division!
The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Altshuler for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that choosing a partner is a major decision, one that should be made freely and without fear or coercion, in New Hampshire, marriage is a contract that everyone should be able to enter into and exit out of without an age-based penalty. And if I know that 83% of children in forced marriages are girls, and that the U.S. State Department calls marriage before the age of 18 a human rights abuse that produces devastating repercussions for a girl's life, effectively ending her childhood. And finally, if I know that children in New Hampshire who must seek parental and judicial approval to enter into a contract, which they then may not exit until they actually reach the age of majority, is a travesty we cannot keep turning away from. Then will I now take action to end child marriage in New Hampshire by pressing the red button to vote no, so that another motion can be made.
The chair recognizes Representative Nelson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that currently judicial and parental consent is required for any person under the age of consent to marry, if I also know that clear and convincing evidence that the marriage is in the best interest of both persons below the age of consent must be present to a judge, and if I also know that this bill is trying to correct an issue that does not exist in New Hampshire, would I now press the green button and uphold the Majority Committee recommendation of ITL?
This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Baruti, Representative Bollier, Representative Cannon, Representative Deshays, Representative Harley, Representative Huff, it is. Representative Leon, just come a little closer and try again. Got it. Representative Van Houten. Sheehan. I just saw her. Try again. Try again. Got it. Thank you.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 192 voting yea, 165 voting nay. Committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remarks of the previous debate be placed in the permanent journal.
Just the one we just had? Okay. Without objection. The Committee on Children and Family Law, which was referred House Bill 228, an act relative to the calculation of child support in cases with equal or approximately equal parenting time. Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment. The recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Josh O'Calla for the committee. The amendment is 2116H, printed in House Record 48, page 87. Are you ready for the question? On the amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The amendment is adopted. The chair recognizes the question is now on the motion of ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Long from Manchester to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the ought to pass as amended recommendation to House Bill 228. I do believe that this issue must be addressed. However, I also agree that in an effort in reducing conflict between parents and divorce courts, that the details of addressing this should be reviewed in detail, assuring that reduction in conflict is attained. One concern are the cases with domestic violence. What additional burden could this bill deliver for a parent seeking financial relief with little or no thought of the best interests of the child or children, solely thinking that the more time spent with my child, the greater potential with reducing my support payments? I ask this House to vote no on the ought to pass as amended recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes the member from Fremont, Representative O'Calla, to speak in favor of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm at D2. I rise in support of HB 228. The Supreme Court has interpreted the current language in statute to say that adjustments cannot be made because of parenting time, which effectually turns child support into alimony. And the calculation is entirely based on money and not based on who is actually parenting. This amendment and this bill now seeks to remedy the confusion the current language has caused in the Supreme Court. So I advocate for you to vote green. Thank you very much.
Representative Long has requested a division vote. Members, take your seats. Division! The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Long for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I believe that it is my responsibility to reduce conflict in divorce courts, then would I press the red button and defeat this ought to pass motion? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Ilcala for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I believe that child support should be based on who supports the child, and if I believe that addressing the hardship this confusion has caused is of the highest priority, would I now vote in favor of this motion by pressing the green button? Thank you.
The question is on House Bill 228 ought to pass as amended. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
I'm going to ask members that have had some problems with their clickers connecting from a distance to just move a little bit closer where it did take before so that it does correct. Representative Bourdonnais, Representative Dolan, Representative Eaton, Representative Frost, Representative Huff, Representative Leon is right there. Representative Mann, Representative Renzullo,
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (189) voting yea, 163 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 65, an act requiring food service establishments to establish food allergy awareness procedures. Having considered the same, report the same with a recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Jeffrey Greason for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Joyce Weston for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes the member from Plymouth, Representative Weston, to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rachel Hunger, for whom this bill is named, was 21 years old and a molecular genetics student at UNH. She was out with friends for dinner one evening, and when she ordered an egg roll, she was unaware that it contained peanut paste. Rachel had a peanut allergy. She died that night. HB 65, called Rachel's Law, is a long overdue consumer protection bill which arose from that tragedy. It's been studied long enough. The proposed interim study will delay the process only further, opening up the possibility of another mistake like the one that took Rachel's life. The majority in Commerce claims that this issue should be handled by a DHHS rules process. But if that's a workable solution, why are we still waiting for change years later? We need food allergy awareness now. We need training of restaurant employees now. Responsibility needs to be taken by both sides, the restaurant and the customer, now. This bill would benefit both the restaurant owner and the consumer. As a matter of fact, its language came from a collaboration of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association and the prime sponsor. Together, they determined that restaurants should place a simple notice on menus stating that it's the obligation of the customer to inform the server about their food allergy. We already have a similar note on menus about the dangers of eating raw food, so it's very easy for us to do it for food allergies. Thank you.
The chair recognizes a member from Ridge, Representative Hunt, to speak for the committee report.
Mr. Speaker, at D2 is Representative Greason speaking for Representative Hunt.
Okay. Representative Greason.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Speaker and fellow representatives, the majority of the members of the Commerce Committee recommend that House Bill 65 be referred for interim study in order to allow the Department of Health and Human Services to enact an appropriate rule governing food handling safety, such as it pertains to allergens. Referring to House Bill 65 for interim study in no means kills this bill or avoids taking any action. Rather, this is precisely the same means used for getting warning statements about consuming raw or undercooked foods added to the bottom of menus, and it is precisely the same means used regarding water quality levels in bottled water. The difference between House Bill 65 and those other bills is House Bill 65 comes with a tragic death that can be exploited. When presented with an opportunity to actually accomplish the objective in a manner that was agreeable under less emotional circumstances, the minority chose to play on emotions, claiming that if it would save even one life, it would be worth doing, but then they promptly rejected the opportunity to actually do something in a more effective and efficient manner. In fact, using rules vice legislation is the better means of accomplishing this objective. It is more efficient and more effective, and it ensures legislative oversight. In short, it works very well. So please vote with the committee recommendation to refer House Bill 65 for interim study. Thank you.
For what reason, Member Rise? Pardon? State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, recently a number of us participated in a workshop to return civility to politics in this House. One of our longstanding rules is that we don't assign thoughts to the opposition. I believe that I was offended by what was just said about the minority's intentions in that speech that was just given, and I would like to bring it to folks' attention that there's no reason to charge people with negative intent. Thank you.
I would like to remind everybody of one of our pretty much unwritten rules, I guess you would call it, that we do not refer to another member or the minority or the majority in any kind of a derogatory way. So I would ask that all members please be careful when you are delivering a speech. The question before us is on House Bill 65. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats. Division! This will be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Abel for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that Rachel's Law is a long overdue, life-saving bill with overwhelming support from the public and from the Restaurant Association of New Hampshire, which helped draft the bill. And I know the bill has already been thoroughly studied. An interim study will only delay its implementation. Then would I push the red button to defeat this motion so another motion may be made. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Ammon for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm over at D1. Mr. Speaker, if I know that our restaurants in the state are already struggling because of the pandemic and that we want to be very careful to add additional burdens on them, and Mr. Speaker, if I know the interim study doesn't kill the bill, but it leaves the bill in the Commerce Committee, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that the proper way to implement this is through rules and that those rules are being worked on right now, would I then press the green button?
The question before us is on House Bill 65, the Majority Report of Interim Study. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
We're good? Nope. Representative Hatch? Representative Sue Newman? Representative Diane Kelly? Representative Mann? Representative Oxenham? Representative Sue Newman? I got you, Representative Newman. Thank you. Representative Van? Representative Mann, if you could come down. Representative Van as well. Representative Van, I got you. Representative Mann, can you try from there? It came through.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (194) voting yea, 164 voting nay. Committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 92, an act establishing a committee to study the best practices for companion animal groomers. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Hunt for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Anita Burrows for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Burrows to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of HB 92, which establishes a committee to study the best practices for companion animal groomers. A committee to study animal grooming regulation can protect the public and lower the cost of doing business. Safety issues pursuant to animal grooming include waste and chemical disposal, safety and facility standards that protect both the animals and groomers and the risk of personal injury. Dogs do die in grooming facilities, and most of these deaths are preventable. Dogs are not the only ones at risk. Workers have been bitten by dogs that can weigh up to 250 pounds. People are also susceptible to zoonotic diseases, which can spread between animals and people. These can be viral, bacterial, or fungal. Animal grooming facilities must meet OSHA standards for health, safety, equipment sterility, and potential injuries. What is the purpose of a committee to look at this issue? It is to ensure that these facilities protect the public and companion animals from potential harm and to avoid unnecessary liability costs and thus ensure that costs to the public remain low. The most important reason to pass this legislation is to protect these small businesses from the cost of a lengthy and costly legal proceeding relating to the death or injury of a companion animal or employee. A committee would explore options to minimize the expense and hardship to pet grooming businesses by virtue of preventable deaths and injury to both animals and humans. I ask you to please vote against the committee recommendation of ITL by pushing the red button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The chair recognizes Representative Patuchuk to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. I'll keep this short and sweet. Mr. Speaker, I know that this bill is well-intended and it is meant to guide dog groomers so that they can do their jobs professionally and with best practices. Unfortunately, I also know that this would create yet another commission to study something. And I also know that there are no national regulating bodies setting standards for this commission to investigate. So, this commission would basically be wasting its time by trying to get the government involved, trying to regulate something with nothing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Division has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Division!
This will be a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Bartlett for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that there are no common and uniform standards for pet grooming, and if I know many groomers would like to study this issue, And if I know this is only a study committee, not a commission, and no mandates nor licensing are involved, and if I know many of us care deeply about our pets and how they're handled, would I vote no so another motion can be brought forward? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there are no national standards, there's no regulations to ensure that there's safe practices. So, Mr. Speaker, if I know there's no need to have a study committee if you're not seeking licensure or regulation, but I now vote with the committee and kill House Bill 92 by pressing the green button.
The question is on House Bill 92, the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, you will press the green button. If you are opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Okay. Representative Testerman, Representative Tausch, Representative Woods, Representative Petrie, Representative Page, Representative Osborne, Representative Melvin, Representative Klee, Representative Gay, Representative Kelly,
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 197 voting yea, 159 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. Are we all done? So everybody's got it? Has everybody received their lunch orders? It seems like I think everybody that ordered a lunch has a lunch. So what we're going to do now is take a break. It's about 12:15. We will reconvene exactly at 1 o'clock. House will be in recess.
Members, take your seats.
The House will come to order.
Members, take your seats.
The clerk has a couple of announcements before we get going again.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A couple of quick things. if you are parked on the 4th floor outside in the garage here, obviously you all know about the icy situation going on right now. If you need to leave early before the thaw comes this afternoon, be very careful. It is very icy, and we need to make sure you're healthy and happy. Secondly, members of the House and legislative staff are only allowed in this room at any given time. No outside folks, lobbyists, etc., are allowed on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 166, an act relative to safety requirements for pools on foreclosed residential property. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Keith Ammon from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Richard Abel for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes the member from Seabrook, Representative Abramson, to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in favor of the inexpedient to legislate motion on House Bill 166, and I want to thank members of the minority for bringing this issue to our attention. It is a life and death issue, but we went through as a committee into the details of the details. And what we found was that statistically, deaths in pools on foreclosed properties are very rare nationwide, and statistically at best, I think we estimated that at best you could save one life every 80 to 90 years. However, because some of the pool cover designs could potentially also lead to drownings, that it probably, even though it's also a statistically small number, it might be a safety rule that could potentially cause more deaths than it prevents, or cause more drownings than it prevents. So for that reason, we decided that we couldn't fix the bill as it was, and we made the motion to ITL. Please press the green button.
The chair recognizes the member from West Lebanon, Representative Abel, to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about two things: protecting New Hampshire children from accidental injury or death by drowning in pools on unoccupied foreclosed property. It's also about helping reduce the liability of lenders who now own such unoccupied foreclosed property by encouraging protective coverings for pools on their foreclosed property. I've been asked how common a threat is drowning. We have all long known about the danger of attractive nuisances such as open pools and how they attract and affect children. What many of us may not know is that drowning is among the top 5 causes of death for children. I've also been asked who would be affected by the passage of this bill. This bill only applies to foreclosed property in which the ownership has been returned to the lender through the foreclosure procedures. It does not affect individuals who live on the premises, those still facing foreclosure, nor does it affect those whose property was foreclosed. Let me just repeat this. The requirement to secure a pool on unoccupied foreclosed property only applies to the lender, not to the borrower. This bill promotes realistic safety precautions and sensibly reduces the lender's risk of potential liability that could occur on the premises. I ask you to think carefully about the excellent reasons for supporting HB 166 and vote down the very close 10-9 recommendation so that an alternative motion may be brought forward. Thank you very much.
Chair recognizes the member from New Boston, Representative Ammon, to speak for the committee report. Representative Ammon is waving off. A division has been called. Members will take their seats. Roll call has been. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Roll call. For what reason did member rise?
If I could do a PI, Mr. Speaker?
We already have one.
Thank you.
This will be a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Weston for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that pool deaths are among the top 5 causes of children's deaths, and if I know that this bill will protect the banks handling the foreclosure, as well as curious neighborhood kids, and if I also know that the lender would shoulder the expense of the pool cover, not the foreclosed property owner, would I not push the red button to defeat this motion so another motion can be made?
The chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that when the Commerce Committee heard this bill, we learned that this is actually Fannie Mae. So anybody who has a Fannie Mae loan, which is about 60% of loans, already have this statute. And if the Commerce Committee was very concerned when they heard testimony from code enforcers and saying, how are they possibly going to enforce this, let alone the landlord or the owner of the property doesn't exist anymore because it's foreclosed property. So would I now support the Commerce Committee's decision to make this bill inexpedient to legislate?
The question is on House Bill 166, the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ammon. Representative Avalani, you're all set. Representative Ammon, it's not working. If you could. It's good now. Thank you. Representative Page. You're all set, Representative Leon. Thank you. Representative Infantine, you're fine. Representative McDonald, you're fine. Representative DeShays, you're fine. Representative Brombo, you're all set? Yep. Representative Roy, you vote.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 yeas, 160 nays. Committee report is adopted. Oh, I'm sorry. Senator Baxter has declared a conflict of interest and did not participate in the vote.
Mr. Speaker, E1.
Yes.
Point of order. Are hats allowed in the House while we're in session?
The gentlemen are not supposed to be wearing hats.
Thank you.
Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs was referred House Bill 191, an act relative to prior authorizations and patient transfers under managed care group health insurance policies. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative John Hunt from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report the recommendation the bill ought to pass. Senator Joyce Western from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes the member from Plymouth, Representative Weston, to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've recently seen a significant increase in the use of prior authorizations by group healthcare providers. This increase has resulted in long delays in patient care while the insurance carriers decide about the authorization. This bill does not ban or impede prior authorizations. It simply extends the period that they remain valid from a mere 3 months to 6 months. It was brought forward at the request of the New Hampshire the New Hampshire Hospital Association to address the problems of delays in care, administrative complexities, and outright denials of payments to providers. The medical community wants this change because it'll make patient care better, reduce the level of frustration, reduce the amount of wasted time and money from the medical staff. This change is supported by the New Hampshire Medical Society and 5 physician specialty organizations. The bill also erases administrative burdens on hospital staff by facilitating the transfer of a patient to a more appropriate level of care in a timely manner, 1 business day. It's a simple but cost-effective change, particularly in this time of extreme medical burden due to the pandemic. This bill would both improve care and save money. We hope that you'll vote against the ITL.
Chair recognizes the member from Ringe, Representative Hunt, to speak for the committee report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill has two mandates in one. Both was driven by the Hospital Association, and basically they want to make their lives a little bit easier so that they don't have to make phone calls to the insurance companies to make sure that the patient actually has insurance or has the coverage that they're asking for prior approval on. The 3-month standard is true for all the states around us, so there's nothing new there, there's nothing special, no reason to change it. And in terms of the transfer, no, that's just going to cost more money for the insurance. So the Commerce Committee was not about to pass a new mandate that was just going to cost more premium. So please support the committee.
Question before the House is the inexpedient to legislate motion on House Bill 191. A division has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Division!
This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Bartlett for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that prior authorizations are usually effective for only 3 months, and if I further know it may take longer than 3 months for appointments with certain specialties to even be scheduled, and if I know that this would ease the administrative burdens and thus save some healthcare dollars, if I further know the New Hampshire Hospital Association requested the small change to 6 months, no change in coverage, would I press the no button so another motion can be brought forward? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know that no mandate comes without a cost, well, I now vote yes on the inexpedient to legislate.
The question is on House Bill 191, the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Groen. Representative Gottling. Representative Eamon Kelly. Representative Murner. Representative Sweeney. Representative Toll. Representative True. Representative Tucker.
If all members present had the opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 162 voting nay. The committee report's adopted. The clerk has a report to read.
Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Enrolled Bills has examined and found correctly enrolled the following entitled House Bill, House Bill 1650, relative to mileage for members of the legislature.
Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 245, Act relative to the definition of grocery or convenience store. Having considered the same, report the same. The recommendation that the bill referred for interim study. Representative John Hunt from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with a recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Max Abramson from the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Abramson to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the majority report to refer for interim study for one simple reason, that this Republican platform bill is only proposing to repeal 4 words in RSA 175, Section 1. Republicans have brought this bill before 2 to 3 times. It's simply an attempt to remove a state mandate saying that convenience stores that sell beer, wine, or tobacco also have to carry $3,000 worth of dusty cans of Spam and $8 boxes of Cheerios and Fruit Loops, and we probably all heard from constituents at some point when somebody asks, why do you have a frozen loaf of bread sitting in the ice box when nobody buys those things? What we heard from people who work at convenience stores is the state tells them that they have to have all that stuff, and what they do, what they've told me in Manchester and Seabrook and Hampton and Deerfield and other places I've been, is they say, they have to drive down to the convenience store and buy a couple of bags of these groceries, dusty cans of Vienna sausage and condensed milk and whatnot and Tabasco sauce, and put it up on the shelves, and it sits there until it reaches its expiration date, and then they throw it away. And then they go back to the local grocery store and they buy more, but they have to maintain $3,000 of inventory. The rule doesn't say that you have to sell $3,000 worth. It doesn't say that you have to sell anything that anyone wants to buy. In fact, the people at the convenience stores said the opposite. They said that they don't want to carry anything that people would buy, because if somebody bought the $8 box of Fruit Loops, they would have to drive down to the local grocery store and buy another another box of Fruit Loops and put an $8 price tag on it. We heard this over and over and over again. We heard this all over the state. It's not that every single convenience store is burdened by this, but a lot of them are. The Republican platform specifically says, 1, remove barriers to business formation. So it's a Republican platform bill. And number 2, minimize business regulations, permits, licenses, and paperwork. We were finally told during the executive session, or we were told during the hearing, that there were food deserts in New Hampshire. And so I asked about that. We finally heard at the executive session that one of the food deserts that they were referring to was the city of Manchester. I used to live in Manchester. I lived there for years. One of the great things about Manchester is you can go out almost any time, day or night, for a walk, if you're armed. It's gotten kind of dangerous. I mean, not to be glib, but the murder rate went up while I was living there. It did. It went to 12 murders a year.
The House will be in order.
That's why I bought a gun. Okay, anyway. I'm just saying you could go out in Manchester and you could buy food day or night. Sorry to get off topic, Mr. Speaker. That was my fault.
Representative, I truly believe that past comment was out of line.
Okay, like I say, I apologize for making that comment. I was going off topic. But the point is that in the city of Manchester, there's no food desert. You can go walk anywhere and buy food anytime, day or night. So I felt that this Byzantine rule, we've introduced the bill a couple of times before. In both cases, the vast majority of Republicans on Commerce Committee voted to repeal this. In both previous cases, the vast majority of Republicans on the floor of the House voted to repeal this. I don't see any reason to do a refer for interim study. What are you going to study if we're only talking about repealing four words in statute, and we know that when you repeal 4 words, the remaining words in RSA 175 section 1 would be in place. So I'm asking you to press the red button so that we can pass the measure.
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt to speak for the committee report. Oh, Representative Hunt is waving off. Motion before us on House Bill 22045 is Majority Report of Interim Study. Are you ready for the question? Although,
Mr. Speaker, is anyone signed up to do PIs on this?
there are, if there's a division or a roll call, and I haven't heard one.
Oh, I thought I asked for a division. I'll just do a voice vote. I'm fine.
Division.
A division has been requested. Members will take their seats.
Division!
This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Abramson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize again for bringing up the rise in crime in Manchester. That was not on topic at all. Mr. Speaker, if I know that not only existing convenience stores, but any proposed convenience stores would have to comply with this mandate to carry $3,000 worth of dusty cans of everything and boxes of Fruit Loops. And if I know that the Republican Party has always stood for less regulation, less red tape, less bureaucracy, and reducing the burden on business, and if I know that the biggest objection that was raised by the other side was that new convenience stores might open up if this restriction is lifted, which I think that we're supposed to be a business-friendly state, and that's about 70% of our state's tax burden comes from business taxes, that we want more businesses moving here and creating jobs.
Yes, it's a PI.
Would I then press the red button and so another motion can be made?
Chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry. Representative Hunt is waving off. This is a division vote. The question is on House Bill 245, Majority Report of Interim Study. This division vote, if you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abrami, Representative Burstein, Representative Bouchard, Representative Freitas. Representative Bill Nelson.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to the state of the vote. (292) voting yea, 62 voting nay. The committee report's adopted. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, which was referred House Bill 472, Act relative to retroactive denials of previously paid claims, considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it's inexpedient to legislate. Representative Jeffrey Greason for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Senator Constance Van Houten for the minority of the committee. Chair recognizes Senator Van Houten to speak against the committee report.
I'm here, sir. A3. Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition to the pending motion of inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 472. HB 472, known as a clawback bill, deals with the retroactive denial of accident and health insurance claims. Such denial occurs after a patient has been treated and an insurer has paid the claim filed by the healthcare provider, yet the patient was not covered by that insurer at the time of treatment. The healthcare provider likely did check and confirm the patient's coverage by that insurer, yet due to a change of employment or of insurance, for example, the patient was not actually covered by that insurer at that time of at that time of treatment. The insurance provider, having already paid the claim, would then claw back the payment amount from the healthcare provider, and by current law, has 12 months to do so. In that 12 months, the healthcare provider may have paid mortgage, utilities, whatever bills, only to possibly lose some of the income that was earned and spent. This can be especially devastating to a healthcare practitioner in a solo or small practice. The insurance provider, though, likely has greater staff and resources and should be able to find the payment error in less than a year. You will likely hear that the time period for denial of previously paid claims was reduced from 18 months to 12 a session ago. That is true, and the change was in recognition of the unfairness of a long period for an insurance clawback. A full year is still simply a very long time during which an insurance provider is allowed to take a payment back from a healthcare provider. A healthcare provider who, with due diligence and checking beforehand, provided services. And of course, the healthcare provider is then faced with attempting to track down the party liable for payment of those services that may have been rendered more than a year before. HB 472, if passed, would shorten the period for such retroactive denial to 6 months. Now, especially with COVID further exacerbating our health care and creating and multiplying mental health care issues, especially among children, a 12-month clawback period has the potential to contribute to healthcare providers leaving their fields or leaving small practices, or even changing to self-pay, no insurance accepted practices. Passing HB 472 can be part of an easy and fair fix. In reference to this bill, the House calendar states, quote, "None other than the sponsor of this bill claimed any need to further reduce the time," end quote. However, on just the blue sheet alone, there were 239 sign-ins in support of passage of HB 472, which reduces the time to 6 months. There is a need for this bill's passage. I ask that this body vote no on the pending ITL motion in order to allow another motion to be made. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Greason to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and members of the House, the majority of the Commerce Committee has determined that House Bill 472 is inexpedient to legislate because RSA 415 Section 6I was recently amended to reduce the allowable period for a retroactive denial from 18 months down to 12 months. And this change just took effect January 1st, 2019. No one provided any compelling reason for any further changes, and the 12-month period for retroactive denials matches what is allowed in all the states that surrounds New Hampshire, and there just really is no need for any further reduction in the clawback time. So given that there is no compelling need to revisit this period for retroactive denials, the majority recommends House Bill 472 be found inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
The question before us on House Bill 472, the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report is adopted. Majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 473, an act establishing a renter's insurance notification requirement. Having considered the same, report the same with the following resolution. Resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Bonnie Ham for the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority report, the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Christy Bartlett for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Bartlett to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker and colleagues, I come before you to ask if you understand your homeowners or renters insurance policies. I'm speaking against the ITL motion from the Commerce Committee. I'm a retired insurance, property, and casualty underwriter. You know, here's the truth. When I was working and went to a party or some gathering, and someone asked me what I did for a living, as soon as I said I was in insurance, there was often a silence and a change of subject. However, by the end of the event, so often I would be approached with a question about insurance, because lots of people don't understand it. Sometimes the argument is that you don't need it until you need it. This is a Republican-sponsored bill, including sponsors from Salem. This bill came before us last term as well. It was brought before us after 2 separate devastating fires in their town. The apartments in which these families lived were total losses, and none of the residents has renter's insurance to cover the loss of their belongings or the additional living expense, the additional cost to live elsewhere. We heard testimony both years from the sponsors that the tenants didn't even know about renter's insurance. This is a terrible experience not only for the tenants but also for the landlords and the town. These families lost everything and had nowhere to go. Who helps them when something like this happens? Oh yes, the first couple of weeks there may be gracious and generous townspeople who might have a spaghetti dinner or put out jars in local stores to try to do something for them. There might even be a GoFundMe page on Facebook. However, when there are so many without homes or belongings, these families will have to rely on the towns and cities human services departments. In small towns, this is very difficult on the budgets and other residents. As these families look for a new place to live, can you imagine that they need to continue to work and go to school at the same time? Or maybe not? I'm wondering if most people in this room understand that a landlord's insurance does not and cannot cover the tenant's property.
The member will suspend for a minute. It's getting awful loud in here. We've asked before, if you're going to have a conversation, take it out into the hallway. The member has a right to be heard, as all members do. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if most people in this room understand that a landlord's insurance does not and cannot cover the tenant's property. Unless there is gross negligence on the landlord's part where there would be liability, the landlord has no insurable interest in the tenant's property. I can't buy an insurance policy to cover your property. The landlord is also not responsible for finding the tenants another place to live or to pay for the additional living expense such as hotel or restaurant costs. This bill is very simple. All it would do would be to notify a tenant in any written rental agreement that the landlord cannot provide renters insurance and that they may want to purchase it for themselves. That's it. There are no mandates, just a very simple statement. As most rentals are written agreements these days, and there is a great deal of detail to protect the landlord in each agreement, this is just a clause that would protect both parties to the contract. I'm guessing that some of you present either own real estate property or may rent an apartment. I also would like to think that each of you who is a landlord cares about your tenants, and in the event of a catastrophic fire, water damage claim, wind damage, or other kind of loss, what would you do? Renter's insurance is not an expensive policy, nothing like the cost of insuring a building or a home. For about the cost of a couple of coffees per month, tenants would have the peace of mind knowing that they would have coverage in the event of a loss. This bill would simply notify the tenant that they should consider purchasing renter's insurance. Oh, I know, the argument might be that it's the responsibility of the tenant to understand their exposure, but there's no easy way for people to educate anyone about insurance. If it was right in their rental agreement, the renters would at least know they'd been told, and if they chose not to buy it, then that's their decision. Please consider voting against the committee's recommendation so another motion can be brought forward, and thanks for caring.
The chair recognizes Representative Hunt to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this was an interesting one for the Commerce Committee because in the past, we have been the ones that required on purchases sales agreements, when you buy a property, that there are some pieces in there are required to be disclosed. So we took this bill as sort of like, okay, how do we get that disclosure occurred? A purchase sale agreement is a written document that has to be, done ahead of time. And there is a form by the MLS that is a standard form for purchase sale agreement. So we then went about to see, was there a form out there for rentals? Was there a landlord's, was there an association, was there anything about? We could not find one. So in lack of finding any proper form to have someone have this sentence inserted, it then comes down to how many people really truly don't know that in New Hampshire, you don't have to buy auto insurance. In New Hampshire, you don't have to buy tenant insurance. We don't make statutes trying to tell people, educate people. Frankly, I thought this was an incredible sales opportunity for every landlord to at least, for insurance agents, to get the landlords to hand them a form and say, you should get insurance. We passed legislation last year that allow used storage buildings to actually pass out a little pamphlet and urge people to get insurance for those storage facilities. The proper way of doing this is let the free market solve this problem. We do not need this legislation.
Question?
Where? Oh. Question for the, does a member yield to a question?
Sure.
Member yields, you may inquire.
Okay. I have a very, very simple question for your very complex explanation, which is, would it cost the owner, the rental property owner, more than a penny to hand his rental person, the renter, a piece of paper that simply says, I am not responsible for your possessions, so if you want insurance, that's your choice?
Well, here's the thing. The problem with the bill is it says only if there is a written lease. So I'm not sure I want to be able to trying to incentivize landlords not to have a written lease so they don't have to be worried about what state laws they needed to write into this lease or not lease. The issue is there's nothing stopping a landlord now to inform their tenants that they need to get insurance. Just like we all know that we probably need auto insurance, even though that's not mandatory either.
Follow-up?
Does the member yield to another question? Member does not yield. The question before us on House Bill 473 is the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. Are you ready for the question? Division has been called. Members take their seats.
Hello?
Division!
You should have my name there.
We do. A division has been requested, so this is a division vote. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative McAleer for a parliamentary question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's actually Chris McAleer. Appreciate it. Mr. Speaker, if I know that people have perceptions different, both positive and negative, based on certain clues and how they interpret these clues, would I not give you an example of that right now? Now, I don't want anybody to raise their hand, but how many smokers do we have out there? I'll give you...
That isn't part of a parliamentary inquiry.
I'll give you dollars to donuts that there are more ex-smokers here than there are current smokers. In fact, I myself have quit smoking several hundred times.
Representative, this is a parliamentary inquiry, not a speech.
Yes, sir.
If I know
that one of the small but nevertheless key components of a very successful campaign to discourage smoking was when the U.S. Surgeon General managed to get a very scary warning on the sides of cigarette packages, warning of the dangers. Over time, some people actually took the heed of this and
Representative, you're making a speech, not a parliamentary inquiry.
Well, what we know and what I know is that that was very, very effective in reducing smoking. As a matter of fact, over the last 3 decades, smoking has gone down a lot until last year, when actually smoking went up. Clearly, people became informed of the dangers of smoking. They became educated. Smokers reacted, and many of them quit.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
If I know that the vast majority...
Representative, I realize you probably haven't done too many PIs.
No,
but
I have not.
You're not really doing a parliamentary inquiry. So I would ask that maybe you wrap it up.
I will wrap it up. My point is this. I'm sorry. Pardon? If I know that the majority of tenants do not have homeowners insurance and never heard of homeowners insurance, wouldn't it make sense that we make a provision for them to know? I don't think that that's being heavy-handed. I know that's not being heavy-handed. I wrap it up. I hope that you will press the red button, as I will, on this note. Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative Hunt for a parliamentary inquiry. House will be in order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while I just support the Commerce Committee, will I now vote green?
The question before us is on House Bill 473, the majority report of inexpedient to legislate. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Shurtleff? No. Representative Moran, are you here? Representative Timothy Smith? Representative Toomey?
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to the state of the vote. 190 voting yea, 166 voting nay. The committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
What reason, member rise?
I'd like to make a request that we put the comments from the debate on House Bill 473 in the record. That would serve as instruction to potential lessees that homeowners insurance does not cover renters insurance, as has been stated numerous times. So that could therefore cover the objective of instructing.
Okay, you want to put the comments in the permanent journal.
Yes, sir.
We need to take a vote on it. There is an objection. All those in favor of placing the comments in the... Okay. The motion is to put the comments in the permanent journal. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. A division has been called. Members take their seats. Only members in the chamber can vote. Nobody else can come in. The motion is to put the comments 473 in the permanent journal. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. One second. Wait a minute. Should be open now. You're all set. Should be all set.
Representatives Alicea, Ammon, Bourdonnais, Cohen, Comtois, Dolan, DiLorenzo, Ford, Espitia, Ellison, Edwards. I've got your vote, Representative Infantine. You're all set. Representatives Partial, Representative Rhodes, Representative Petrigno, Representative Porter. Representative Oxenham. Representative Taberge. Representative Van. Representative Welch. Representative Marjorie Smith.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (153) voting yea, 182 voting nay. The marks are not being printed.
Mr. Speaker.
On 473, Representative Baxter declared a conflict of interest and did not participate in the vote. For what reason did the member rise?
I have a question, Mr. Speaker. Since this is a new year, could you remind us what the cost is per page when we put remarks printed into the journal? Do we have an approximate cost per page?
No.
All right. Thank you.
Oh, my goodness.
Smith.
Committee, it's getting awful noisy.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does a member rise?
to make a motion.
State your motion.
Motion to special order HB 50, 52, and 54
To when?
to be the next order of business.
Do you wish to speak to your motion?
I do. I understand the motion is debatable, so I will speak to my motion. HB 50, 52, and 54 address the decennial redistricting that needs to occur every 10 years in this state. By virtue of the name of the committee, it is at the end of the calendar. And I am extremely concerned that as many members as possible have an opportunity to vote on those motions, given their importance. I am very concerned about the weather, regardless of any day and forecast coming up. And I have had it expressed to me by a committee member that they are concerned about their ability to attend the next 2 days, and I would like to give all of my committee members the opportunity to vote on these motions.
The question is to special order House Bill 50, 52, and 54. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Can the House come to order? Before we get into the next bills, I want to let you know what our tentative plans are. I'm planning on going between 5 and 6 tonight, no later than 6. I just want to remind everybody that we are not making that good of progress. So it looks like it's going to be indeterminate that we are going to have to be here on Friday. I don't want to keep anybody later than 6, 7 o'clock, and at the pace we're going, we're not going to make it. So I'm hoping that we can get out of here between 5 and 6 tonight, maybe 5 and 6 tomorrow night, and just hope and pray that the weather isn't too bad on Friday. I don't see how we can finish at the pace we're going. State your question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it might benefit the members to know, are we under any obligation to vacate this space by any particular time on Friday?
No.
So if need be, we can, in terms of the facility, we can stay till 10 p.m. if we have to?
If we have to.
Thank you.
And I hope you all like pizza if we have to do that.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker?
Oh, yes.
A1, I shouldn't say this because I'm on the wrong side of this, I guess, but there are people who are not here today who might want to be here tomorrow to vote on redistricting, and I feel very badly about that they cannot be. That's all.
Okay, we've already taken the vote, Representative. We've already taken the vote.
I know he's taken the vote, but maybe we could reconsider.
Are you making that motion?
Yes, I'd like to make that motion to reconsider for the people who couldn't be here today and knew that that particular item was going to be at the end of the calendar.
Members will come to order, please. We have a motion for
Mr.
reconsideration.
Speaker, parliamentary inquiry, please.
State your inquiry.
Doesn't it require a member voting on the prevailing side of a question to make the motion to reconsider? And I listened very, very carefully, Mr. Speaker, and I heard nobody from the other side of the room passed about here vote in favor of the previous motion. I believe it's out of order.
Well, seeing it was a voice vote, Representative, she did say that she did vote on the prevailing side. So the motion, the question before us is reconsideration on the motion of special ordering House Bill 50, 52, and 54. Are you ready for the... Who called the division? Division has been called. This will be a division vote. Members take their seats. Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. This will be a roll call vote. Roll call. All right, the House will come to order. Members, take your seats. It's continually get louder and louder in here, and members are not being able to be heard or hear. So I'm asking you to be courteous to your fellow colleagues, and if you're going to have a conversation, take it outside. The motion before us is on reconsideration. This is going to be a roll call vote. Okay. If you're in favor, you're going to press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Perez. Representative Pimentel. Representative Perez. Representative Perez. Okay, thank you. Is Representative Van still here? Representative Van, not Mann, sorry.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote, House will attend to the state of the vote. "35 voting yea, 316 voting nay. Reconsideration fails.
Mr. Speaker, I'm at D1. HB 50 is being brought to consideration. I make the motion from the floor that HB 50 be tabled for further consideration.
So first off, you haven't even stated what the situation is. So we don't have a bill before us until you actually read the report.
I need to read the report first, Representative, before you can get up and make a motion to table.
I'll wait here patiently, sir.
Majority of the Committee on Special Committee on Redistricting, to which was referred House Bill 50, an act apportioning state representative districts, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment, the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Carol McGuire from the majority of the committee. It's getting awful noisy. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Paul Bergeron from the minority of the committee. The question before the House is the majority committee amendment. 2274H, printed in House Record 48, pages 50 through 58.
Mr. Speaker, is it now time for me to make my motion from the floor?
The chair recognizes the member to make a motion.
I move to place HB 50 on the table.
Who requested the roll call?
Representative Silver, is that sufficiently seconded?
Is that sufficiently seconded? Representative Silver has requested a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. Members will take their seats. Roll call.
Mr. Speaker,
Oh. Yes, Representative.
yes, I have a parliamentary inquiry, if I could.
State your inquiry. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
Could you explain to us what the ramifications are of this tabling motion?
I'm sure somebody speaking will.
Tabling's not debatable, sir.
Parliamentary inquiries.
No, that was my inquiry. Just could the speaker explain what the consequences are of tabling this motion?
I believe that it will be delineated in the parliamentary inquiry by Representative Griffin. As Speaker, I don't wish to make any comments on what would happen or wouldn't happen with a piece of legislation. I don't believe that's my place.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker,
For what member the member rise?
a question to the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if this tabling motion passes, am I correct that it will take a majority to take it off the table and then it will take 2/3 to pass it?
No.
No, it will be a majority for both.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 50. This is a roll call vote. Members will take their seats. Is there going to be a parliamentary? Is there going to be a parliamentary inquiry from the member that requested the tabling motion? Chair recognizes Representative Allegro for a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, there are a number of issues.
If I know.
That stand before this House, and amongst them are the redistricting bills. Everybody must understand that a redistricting bill... I'm sorry. I stand corrected. Sorry. If I knew that this was going to give us the opportunity to review these bills and also address some other very important issues in the House, would I press green to table this bill temporarily? Thank you.
Chair recognizes Representative Griffin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this bill is an important constitutional item that must be addressed or to go forward would render this representative body unconstitutional, it is a matter that must be addressed. And if I know that to be true, Mr. Speaker, would I now press the red button to allow this matter to go forward?
The question before us is the tabling motion on House Bill 50. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Conley, Representative Dolan, Representative Dodge, Representative Elliott, Representative Gottling, Representative Harley, Representative Tucker, Representative McBride, Representative Tucker, you're not registering. Could you come see me, please?
If all members present had an opportunity to vote. House will tend to the state of the vote.
You make this a tie. So, if you make this a tie, Mr. Speaker. So, I think you should do that right now.
I am going to exercise my privilege and vote. Yeah, no, making it a tie so the motion fails. So the motion to lay on the table fails. The House will be in order.
So we're back to the majority amendment. There's no debate on the majority amendment. There is a PI, however.
What is before us is the majority amendment, 2274H, printed in House Record 48, pages 50 through 58. Are you ready for the question? All those... Roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote on the majority amendment. Roll call. Members will take their seats. The motion before us is the majority amendment on House Bill 50. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Thompson for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I were to know that the amendment to this bill would create a change that would not be in the interest of my constituents and would create another district that would not serve Coos County, would I press the red button? Thank you.
The chair recognizes Representative McGuire for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this amendment meets the constitutional requirements of fair representation, and if I know that it balances the desires and the needs to have each town to have its own district with the requirement that every person has an equal vote, would I then press the green button?
The motion before us is on House Bill 50 is the majority amendment. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Acton. Representative Diane Kelly. Representative Langley. It's work. Representative Plett. Representative Vale. You're all set, Representative.
Have all members present had the opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 170 voting nay. The majority amendment is adopted. Bills on second reading open to further amendment. Representative Bergeron moves 2277H, printed in House Record 48, pages 58 through 70. The chair recognizes Representative Bergeron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm at microphone A1. During public input sessions in all 10 counties, the message from the public was consistent and clear. Provide each ward in town their own representative if it has the population required to support it. Keep cities together in base and flotarial districts, and when multi-town districts are required, base those districts on communities of interest. Creating state representative districts for towns that have a sufficient population for their own representatives is a redistricting requirement under the state constitution. The minority amendment before you now keeps those as prior important criteria in the development of its plan. The amendment increases the number of districts in Carroll County from 8 to 10. As a result, instead of one 7-town flotarial and one 11-town flotarial, the proposal creates 3 smaller flotarials. The minority plan before you gives Bolton Borough its own state representative district. The majority proposal puts Bolton Borough in a flotarial. In Cheshire County, the minority amendment provides single-town representation to 4 communities: Chesterfield, Hinsdale, Rindge, and Winchester, twice the number provided in the majority amendment. Virtually everyone at the 10 county hearings wanted more local representation, not less. The minority plan avoided the use of giant flotarial districts, some of which in the majority proposal combine as many as 6 Keene wards with a number of smaller towns. In the majority plan, the electoral power of the Keene wards will effectively preclude the smaller towns from any effective representation in these chambers, as there is little community of interest between the city wards and the towns. In the minority plan, however, 5 towns get their own representatives: Roxbury, Rindge, Winchester, Hinsdale, and Chesterfield. In the Republican plan, only 2 towns get their own representatives. The majority plan violates the Constitution in Coos County by denying Berlin its own dedicated representatives despite having adequate population for its own district. Berlin was entitled to 3 seats in the House based on its population, and its population was well within the acceptable range of deviation for those 3 seats. The minority amendment complies with the New Hampshire Constitution while maintaining the exact same deviation as the majority plan. In Grafton County, the minority plan offers a lower range of deviation. It creates only 1 flotarial district, not 2, as appears in the majority proposal. And Littleton would share a district with only 1 other town, whereas the majority plan puts Littleton in a 6-town district. In Hillsborough County, the minority plan would ensure that the city of Manchester receives the number of representatives it's entitled to. Based on its population, Manchester is entitled to 33.58 representatives, 34 if rounded up, 33 if rounded down. The majority plan, however, cuts that even further and only gives them 32. The proposal of the minority increases the number of towns with their own base districts, including Pelham and New Ipswich. And the largest flotillial in the minority plan includes 4 towns. The majority's plan's largest flotillial includes 9. For Merrimack County, the minority amendment provides single-town representation to 8 communities. And in Rockingham County, the largest number of reps in a flotillial district is 6, while the majority proposes a flotillial district of 10 representatives. In conclusion, the minority amendment prioritizes keeping cities together in state representative districts, giving each town their own representative if they had sufficient population for it in a district. And when it's not possible, to create geographically small districts in order to create the most fair and constitutional state representative district map as possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Turcott to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 50 is a statewide redistricting plan. And as a statewide plan, it is impossible to achieve perfection. Our own New Hampshire Supreme Court has acknowledged this, stating, quote, ultimately, Part 2, Article 11 cannot be considered in isolation, and it sets forth only some of several constitutional criteria that a redistricting plan must satisfy. In 2001, the court has further explained a balance must be drawn, trade-offs must be made. The majority of the committee has created a map that has increased the number of towns, wards, and places with their own representatives, while falling within constitutionally permissible deviation. The majority has avoided the unnecessary creation of large flotillials while striking a balance to avoid the arbitrary favoring of one town over another. The minority map fails to achieve these same objectives and instead favors certain districts for the purpose of artificially enhancing cherry-picked numbers. The majority plan for HB 50 meets all of the constitutional requirements while maintaining 400 representatives in the House, as was unanimously decided by the Special Redistricting Committee. The majority plan will constitutionally and fairly represent the residents of New Hampshire for the next 10 years, the next decade. I therefore ask that you support the majority of the Redistricting Committee and reject the minority amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So who's going to call for a roll call? I'm sure this is going to be roll called. A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members will take their seats. This will be a roll call vote.
Roll call.
Members will take their seats. This will be a roll call vote. The House will come to order. The chair recognizes Representative Weber for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that when I looked at the maps, contrary to what you have just, well, let me start again. If I know that when the minority made their plan, contrary to what was just represented, we took as our first principle to try and get the most local representation possible, irrespective of whether that would damage an incumbent, be it Democratic or Republican. We tried to follow the principles that we hoped an independent redistricting commission would follow. If I know that in looking at the maps the minority submitted that have become this amendment, that they result in smaller flotarials and more local representation than the majority maps, would I now press the green button to support the minority amendment? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Turcott for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know the minority amendment arbitrarily favors certain districts to the detriment of others, and if I also know that the majority map is constitutional and provides fair representation to the people of New Hampshire, and if I also know that the majority redistricting bill is superior to the minority's redistricting proposal, would I now support the majority of the redistricting committee by pressing the red button? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on House Bill 50, the Minority Committee Amendment 2277. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Rogers. Representative Sanborn. I can't vote for you. You have to come on up.
If all members present had an opportunity to vote.
Representative Tausch, are you in here? cancel. Representative Tausch, if you can, oh, there we go, thank you.
House will tend to the state of the vote. 165 voting yes, 192 voting nay. Minority Committee amendment fails. The question now before the House is House Bill 50 as amended by the Majority Committee amendment. The chair recognizes Representative Bergeron to speak against the committee amendment and the bill.
Mr. Speaker, I'll just summarize what I said previously, since many of my remarks were also directed to the majority report. During public input sessions in all 10 counties, the message from the public was consistent and clear. Provide each ward and town their own representative if it has the population required to support it. Keep cities together in base and flotarial districts. And when multi-town districts are required, base those districts on communities of interest. The Republican majority plan fails to do so, and I would encourage the members to vote against it.
The chair recognizes Representative McGuire to speak for the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we said when discussing the amendment,
It's getting awful noisy again.
as we said when we were discussing the amendment, this bill, as amended, balances the federal and state constitutional requirements for redistricting. They must meet both the federal and the state requirements. One part of our Constitution, Part 2, Article 11, says, when the population of any town or ward, according to the last federal census, is within a reasonable deviation from the ideal population for one or more representative seats, the town or ward shall have its own district of one or more representative seats. We heard that hundreds of times from people around the state, but most of them did not go on to read the rest of that paragraph, which says, the apportionment shall not deny any other town or ward membership in one non-flotarial representative district. When any town, ward, or unincorporated place has fewer than the number of inhabitants necessary to entitle it to one representative, the legislature shall form those towns, wards, or unincorporated places into representative districts which contain a sufficient number of inhabitants to entitle each district so formed to one or more representatives for the entire district. In forming the districts, the boundaries of towns, wards, and unincorporated places shall be preserved and contiguous. The excess number of inhabitants of districts may be added to the excess number of inhabitants of other districts to form at-large or flotarial districts conforming to acceptable deviations. So it's not as simple as if you have 3,400 residents, you have your own state rep. The state Supreme Court has stated that this cannot be considered in isolation and that there are several constitutional criteria that the redistricting plan must satisfy. Perfection is not possible and a balance must be drawn. So the majority map makes reasonable and appropriate trade-offs, not arbitrarily favoring certain districts to the detriment of others. We as a committee unanimously agreed to have 400 representatives. We allocated those 400 representatives to the county so that no district will cross a county line. And then we developed districts meeting the normal definition of reasonable deviation, which is 10%. All districts are contiguous. There's no town boundaries broken. Every town is in a non-flotorial district, and that we assume that the cities would divide their wards for equal populations, which is their responsibility. And we tried to create single-town districts, but as much as possible without depriving another town of its fair representation. Where possible, we kept cities within their boundaries and did not share districts to the adjoining towns. And then we used flotorial districts to make sure the deviations came out correct. These maps are constitutional and they fairly represent the people of New Hampshire. We hope that you will support them and vote green. Thank you.
So who's going to make the motion for a roll call, which I know is coming? Roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members will take their seats. Members will be in their seats. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Espedia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that Granite Theaters gave clear direction at the redistricting committee's public input sessions, requesting compact house districts that keep cities together and provide local representations to communities with sufficient population, if I know that HB 50 as amended rejects that public input, needlessly lumping cities in with other communities and stacking towns into mega districts with no rational basis, if I want to comply with the New Hampshire Constitution and provide the smallest, most representative districts possible, would I now press the red button to vote no on the committee report?
The chair recognizes Representative Stephen Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know this plan meets all the constitutional requirements, it's certainly an improvement over what we have now, creating more single municipality districts. Mr. Speaker, if I know we even incorporated elements from both parties into the majority committee amendment, would I press the green button?
The question before us on House Bill 50 is the majority ought to pass motion as amended with the majority committee report. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative DeLemus. Representative Tabersh.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will tend to the state of the vote. 186 voting yea, 168 voting nay. The committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker.
What reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move reconsideration and urge my colleagues to vote no.
The motion before us is reconsideration on House Bill 50. Are you ready for the question? The division has been requested. All members take their seats. The division has been requested. Who?
Rice.
Representative Rice requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It looks like it's sufficiently seconded. Roll call. The question before us is the reconsideration on House Bill 50. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Wait a minute. Minor technical difficulty. Okay. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ames, Representative Ammon, Representative Conley, Representative Lang, You're all set, Representative Lang.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 167 voting yea, 188 voting nay. Reconsideration fails. For what reason does a member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the debate from HB 50 be printed in the permanent journal, please.
Without objection, the debate will be printed in the permanent journal. Gavel. Okay. Majority of the Committee on Special Committee on Redistricting, to which was referred House Bill 52, an act apportioning congressional districts, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Senator Bob Lynn from the majority of the committee. Minority of the committee, having considered the same, being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and a recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Marjorie Smith from the minority of the committee.
Mr. Speaker. D1.
What reason does the member rise?
Moved HB 52 be laid on the table and ask for a roll call vote.
The motion is to lay HB 52 on the table. This is a roll call vote. Members will take their seats. Roll call. I did not. There was a motion to lay it on the table in a roll call vote. I mistakenly did not ask if it was seconded. Is there enough seconds on that? Yes, there's more than enough seconds. Members will take their seats. This is a roll call vote. Members must be in their seats. Barbara Griffin. Representative Silber, do you plan on doing a parliamentary inquiry? The motion on House Bill 52 is to lay it on the table. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Cushman. Representative Elliott. Representative Marsh.
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. (177) voting yea, 178 voting nay. The tabling motion fails. For the record, I did not vote on this one. Majority, merger committee amendment, yeah. The majority committee amendment is 2271H, printed in House Record 48, pages 70 through 73. The chair recognizes a division has been requested. Members will take their seats. We're just doing parliamentary inquiries. Division! Members will take their seats. The sooner everybody gets in their seats, the sooner we can be done. The motion before us is on the majority committee amendment. This is a division vote. The chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I knew that in 2018, the well-respected national organization 538 did a thorough evaluation of every state's congressional district, and when they drew the map that would most favor the Democratic Party in the state of New Hampshire, they drew the exact same map that the Republican majority on the Special Committee on Redistricting drew. The exact same map. And, Mr. Speaker, if I knew that, and if I were a Republican in the New Hampshire legislature in 2021, I would not want to settle for half a loaf, and therefore I would oppose the majority amendment on House Bill 52 and would then vote red on the majority amendment in order to consider an amendment which might make it possible for my party, the Republican Party in this case, or the Democratic Party, to win both seats. I would press the red button. Thank you.
The House will be in order. It's getting awful noisy again. The chair recognizes Representative Barbara Griffin for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that this committee amendment before this body addresses a change that has to be made due to population changes over the last 10 years, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that in fact the map that is presented by this amendment is not the most partisan passable map that there is, and apparently some people don't know how to draw maps very well. And finally, Mr. Speaker, if I am aware that the map before this body will, in this amendment 2271, will provide for legal state and federal constitutional representation over the next 10 years, would I now press the green button to support the committee amendment?
The question before us is the majority committee amendment on House Bill 52. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ellis, Representative Barbara Griffin, Representative Perez, Representative Rung,
All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. (184) voting yea, 171 voting nay. The majority of the committee report is adopted. Amendment.
Second reading open to further amendment.
This is the second reading open to further amendment. This is the minority amendment 2245H, printed in House Record 48, pages 67 through 70. Representative Marjorie Smith moves adoption and is recognized to speak in favor of her amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Basically, since 1880, the two district maps, the two districts for Congress, I'm just waiting for quiet. My mother told me never to speak when other people were speaking.
The sooner everyone can take their seats and take their conversations outside, we can get through these bills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for your courtesy. From 1880 until now, in New Hampshire, there have been two congressional districts, and the basic map has stayed the same. In the second district, Republicans won 71 times and Democrats 15 in the last 86 elections. The first district changed hands in 6 of the last 8 elections, with incumbents losing in 5 of those races. New Hampshire has predominantly leaned Republican. State elections have frequently been purple, with a healthy party mixture of governor, state house, Senate, and U.S. House and Senate. New Hampshire voters every 2 years vote for the candidate they prefer without necessarily following party lines. under federal and state constitutional and legal requirements, we need to have 2 equal districts from the current census for the New Hampshire congressional seats. We were off by 18,000 votes. That's citizens. So once the new census figures came back, all we had to do was move 9,000 people from the 1st district into the 2nd district. We didn't have to really shake everything up. We didn't have to change things in any dramatic way. Moving 9,000 people would give us 2 districts with equal population. And in fact, that is what the minority amendment does. It moves only 9,000 people from the 1st district into the 2nd. This differs from the amendment that at the moment this House has passed, but there's still time to correct the mistake. They have moved about 25% of the total population of the state from one district to another for no logical reason. In 2 days of public hearings, only 1 person testified in favor of the majority amendment. And his thoughtful, reasoned presentation was that this amendment would help the incumbents gain seniority in Washington. And he thought that was important. It is important if what you believe is protecting incumbency. It's not important if what you believe is making sure that citizens have the right every 2 years to choose the person they want to lead. That is the strength of the New Hampshire public political system. In the House, in the Senate, in the Executive Council, and the governorship, voters are able to decide every 2 years whether or not to keep it incumbent. In the U.S. House, it's the same thing. Unfortunately, we have no control over the length of the U.S. Senate term. That's 6 years. We can't do anything about it. But in New Hampshire, we like to vote for our elected officials every 2 years. It's unique in the nation, and it's one of our great strengths. Every candidate should be able to approach an election on a level playing field. The majority on the committee stated clearly that their goal was to tilt that playing field. Please support the minority amendment that protects the rights of all New Hampshire voters to have a fair opportunity to color our state red, blue, or purple. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the courtesy of letting me speak without standing up.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Specifically addressing some of the complaints raised by the minority of the committee. The minority moved 1 town. That town happened to be one of the most Republican towns in the state. Why is that important, Mr. Speaker? Because while the minority of the committee speaks of fairness of the current districts, they have won 90% of the contests under the current map. That is not purple, Mr. Speaker. 1 drop of red and 9 drops of blue is not purple. It's just blue. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the majority map did a better job of preserving shared sewer and water systems, shared police and fire departments, and regional planning committees, which are crucial for receiving federal funds. The minority amendment, the minority map proposed, only does a better job of preserving public health regions to address their claim of moving people into a new seat. Mr. Speaker, when we draw maps, there's no such thing as looking at the current map. You draw new districts every time. And if one was to look at the original versions of CD1 and CD2, as the minority said, which was driven in 1880, you wouldn't recognize them today. And in fact, there's been reports, Mr. Speaker, public reports, that the original maps were gerrymandered to dilute the Catholic vote, which is why Nashua and Manchester were originally separated. I'm not making that accusation today, Mr. Speaker. It was over 130, 40 years ago. But people should be aware of that while claims are being made. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you vote no on this amendment, and I request a roll call vote.
A roll call vote has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, take their seats. Roll call. The motion before us is the minority amendment on House Bill 52. The chair recognizes Representative Espedia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. If I know that we have had competitive, balanced congressional maps, and if I know that a rewrite of the map is entirely unnecessary, as simple changes from this amendment will keep these districts competitive, and if I know that this amendment will keep a level playing field and allow voters, Democrats, Republicans, and independents alike, to pick their politicians and not the other way around, will I now push the green button to keep our congressional maps fair for another 10 years?
The chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know, for the reasons stated earlier by my colleague from Manchester, that the proposal in the majority does a better job of ensuring, first of all, it meets constitutional requirements, and it does a better job of ensuring that more people within the state will be able to choose the representative, to make the choice that they desire for representative. Would I then vote to defeat the minority and press the red button?
The question before us is the minority amendment on House Bill 52. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Conley, Representative Bill King, Representative Peterson, Representative Schultz, Representative Snow,
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. 167 voting yea, 189 voting nay. The minority committee report fails. We're on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Abramson offers floor amendment 2301H. It was at the tables. You don't have seat pockets. Chair recognizes Representative Abramson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was going to say seat pockets, but it's Amendment 2301H, which is not only available at the table, but it's been circulating around. The proposed map that I've been trying to bring to the Special Redistricting Committee, or the idea that I've been trying to bring to the Special Redistricting Committee, I've not been able to make the meetings, but it's simply the idea that the boundary line should be as short as possible. And there are three reasons why you want a boundary line as short as possible. What the map does, in this case, you just have Rockingham County, Stratford County, the city of Nashua, the city of Manchester, where we are, would be one district, joined by Pelham, Litchfield, and Hudson. So that would be the lower right-hand corner of the state. That proposed district would give you the more compact district, and then the northern and western parts of the state would be the other district, would be District 2. The reason for doing that is going with the shortest boundary possible. Number one, of all of the drawn up congressional maps, the ones that have been thrown out by the courts, whether it was in Wisconsin, Ohio, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, they've been long boundary districts. Courts have thrown out long boundary districts time and again. They very rarely survive. The second reason is that the general public looks at long boundary districts like the one proposed in 2271H that has just been passed, the majority recommendation. And they look at that and they feel like it looks like gerrymandering, it looks unfair, it looks like somebody was playing games, it looks like somebody was drawing a line of spaghetti around the state. Now, from the inner district, it doesn't look like that, but from the outer district, one member of this House said that it looks like someone would have to drive from Nashua all the way to the North Country and then come down to Portsmouth, and from the outside of the state, it looks like it looks inappropriate, it looks like it's unfair. Now, I do agree with the intent of having a Republican-leaning district and a Democrat-leaning district. Having what I called several years ago proportional representation, which I suggested before I ever became a member of this body. So I do think that you are, no matter what kind of map you're going to draw, you're going to end up in a 50-50 state. You're going to end up with one congressional district that leans a little Republican, and you're going to have one that leans a little bit Democrat. However, if we are interested in maintaining accountability of our elected officials, then we need to have competitive districts. Using Dave's redistricting software online, which is a powerful online software development tool, we can actually measure the effectiveness and the quality of proposed districts. And this district design achieves a score of 83 on competitiveness, which is one of the highest, not only one of the highest in the country, but it would be better than any of the other proposals that have been placed in front of us. There are other reasons to support 2301 over the other plans. And the benefit, of course, is with the shortest boundary line, you get lower cost campaigns. So when you have people campaigning for Congress, they don't have to raise as much money from special interest groups. Most of the special interest money pouring into New Hampshire is pouring in from out of state, of course. And we want to have 2 representatives in our delegation who are answerable to us, who are answerable to the voters. And you're not going to get that answerability if they're having to raise twice as much money to campaign over a much larger area and possibly having to run TV ads in the expensive Maine and Massachusetts markets, which are really expensive, and that would be a consequence of the majority's proposed plan. I don't think that was intended, but that would be one of the unintended side effects. I think that going with shortest boundary possible, gives you something more competitive. Putting the boundary as close to Manchester as possible, where we have the VA and we have a lot of federal issues coming through Manchester and Nashua, would give the voters who are along that boundary line, who are along this corridor, the 93 corridor, would give them greater ability to maintain accountability. And it would be much easier to vote out members of Congress who are not being responsive to the voters. So you would, according to the software, you would still get basically an R+3 district and probably a D+3 district. But that's inevitable with any plan that you have. But I think it's having a more competitive district looks fairer, it looks better, it gives the voters of the state more control over who we have in Congress. We've looked at the results of other states that for various reasons are stuck with either one Republican or one Democrat or a group of entrenched Republicans and Democrats. And the results are not good. Their members of Congress are much, much less responsive to the concerns of the voters. And many of them don't even have town hall meetings and don't even come back to their district. And some of them don't even live in their district. So I'm asking members to press the green button and support Amendment 2301. It would just carve out a much smaller district or a much more compact district in the lower right-hand corner of the state, and the rest of the state would be District 2.
Chair recognizes Representative Berry.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. The proposed maps he talks about the size of the districts. The proposed maps creates a CD2 that's significantly larger and thus more expensive to campaign in. But to address specifically, he makes an argument about the length of the district. Mr. Chairman, the ACLU brought forward I believe it's a 42-page document reviewing the proposed majorities maps. And at no point did the ACLU raise a legal argument against the majorities maps. The majorities maps has a population deviation of 88 people and 89 people respectively, and it never divides a town. So we managed to get that low of a deviation in a state of 1.377 million people. We got it down to 88 and 89 respectfully. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask that fellow members vote no, and I request a roll call vote.
A roll call has been requested. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members take their seats.
Roll call.
Members take their seats. The question before us is the Abramson-Floor Amendment. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Adjutant for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I agree with my friend from Seabrook that competitive districts are a mechanism that voters have to enforce term limits, if I know that keeping the Seacoast, Nashua, Manchester, Stratford, and Rockingham County together provides the community of interest representation better than even the current map, so that congressmen and congresswomen can better serve their constituents. And if I am happy to vote for a map that doesn't put Portsmouth and Nashua in the same CD, but makes you have to drive to Mount Washington to get from one to the other, would I now cast this proudly bipartisan vote by pressing the green button?
The chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that the current districts are not competitive and that the proposal made in this Abramson amendment will not make them competitive, and if I know, as was previously pointed out, that there is no constitutional issue with the majority's proposed maps, would I then press the red button and defeat this proposal?
The question before us is the Abramson floor amendment for House Bill 52. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you will press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Alisea, Representative Cannon, Representative Hawken Phillips, Representative LaBranch, All members present had an opportunity to vote. House will attend to the state of the vote. 174 voting yea, 182 voting nay. The Abramson floor amendment fails. We are now down to the last piece. We're all down to ought to pass as amended. The chair recognizes Representative Marjorie Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise virtually, not in reality, to oppose the pending question. And I thank you, Mr. Speaker, for ensuring that the members of the New Hampshire House are listening. We are an interesting state. It is one of the reasons that we have been able to maintain the position of a first-in-the-nation primary. We are about 1/3 Republican, 1/3 Democratic, and 1/3 undeclared. We know that the undeclared really doesn't mean neutral. Many members of the undeclared are favoring one party or the other. But that mix and the possibility of an open primary makes us very appealing when presidentials want to come and tell us how wonderful they would be if they could serve in that position. One of the reasons that we have been able to maintain this position is that we are, in fact, a purple state. Parts of the state are more red, parts are more blue, but altogether we are purple. And we see that when we realize in the New Hampshire representatives to the U.S. Congress how many times we have changed parties. That is a tribute to all of us in this state, that we take seriously our responsibility in who we vote for and why we are voting for them. And it means that we, as elected officials, have to pay attention to what the citizens are telling us about how they want us to run their government. That, Mr. Speaker, is why I ask this body to oppose the pending question. The pending question sets up districts in order to predetermine the outcome of the election and therefore deny the voters of this state the opportunity to decide for themselves. I believe that this body is better than that. I believe that this body understands that we have to respect the voters in this state and their desire to be able to say at every 2 years whether they want a Republican, a Democrat, or someone else to represent them. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, with great sadness, but with a great degree of commitment, I ask this body to reject the pending question, to vote ITL on, or to vote no on the pending motion, so that we might come back and, in fact, present the opportunity to vote on something that is a tribute to this body and its respect for the citizens of the state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes Representative Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I apologize if I'm taking a little longer to speak. I have chronic asthma, and it's picked a great time to sort of act up. I rise in support of the majority amendment, which is now before us. We had to change the districts because the population in the state changed, and the changing population was not equal between the districts. CD1 gained more population than did CD2. Our plan meets constitutional one-man, one-vote requirements. As was previously mentioned, the population difference between CD1 and CD2 under our proposal is at most 89 individuals out of a total state population of almost 1.4 million people. Our plan also maintains contiguity among all towns and cities in each district and does not divide any town or city. We've heard much during the committee's proceedings about gerrymandering. The dictionary Merriam-Webster definition of gerrymander is, and I quote, to divide or arrange a territorial unit into election districts in a way to give one political party an unfair advantage. Unfair advantage. So let's see if that's what actually happened here. In fact, the map created by the majority does not create unfair advantages. In fact, it removes them. We've heard throughout the proceedings, and I'm sure you've heard on more than one occasion, in the newspapers, or you read in the newspapers or heard on TV the phrase, quote, "Voters should choose their reps, not the other way around," unquote. I have to admit, that's a great talking point. The only problem is if you actually look at it and scrutinize it for a moment, there's no substance to it. Whether directly or indirectly through some kind of quote-unquote independent commission created by legislators, it is always legislators who decide what districts voters are assigned to. Voters never make that choice. Many we heard from during the committee's proceedings asked us to account for communities of interest. Interestingly, however, the only community of interest that they never mentioned that they wanted us to consider was political like-mindedness. Yet, particularly considering that what we are dividing up are districts for voting purposes, political affinity would seem to be among the most important considerations. In this regard, I note that in 2012, our Democratic friends recognized that political similarities did constitute a community of interest. They then told the Supreme Court to define community of interest as, quote, "a group of people concentrated in a geographic area who share similar interests and priorities, whether social, cultural, ethnic, economic, religious, or political," close quote. That's at 163 New Hampshire Reports, page 707. Republicans, the fact is that Republicans and Democrats are not evenly divided throughout our state. For example, not only politically, but socially and culturally, the Portsmouth-Durham area has much more in common with Plymouth, Keene, Hanover, and even Concord than it does with Manchester, Salem, or Derry. Our proposal aligns political communities and cultural communities of interest much better than does the Democratic proposal. Also, under our plan, Manchester, the state's largest city, is placed in the same CD as the many smaller communities that make up a significant portion of its commuter workforce. One of the questions that has frequently been raised and asked both throughout our proceedings and here is, are the current districts competitive? Contrary to claims, the reality is that neither CD1 nor CD2, but particularly the latter, is competitive. Mapathon says that the Democratic advantage in CD1 is plus 5.2%, and that the Democratic advantage in CD2 is plus 10.4%. No one can seriously believe that a district with a 10.4% advantage is competitive. According to Mapathon, our proposal actually makes CD1 more competitive by changing the district from 5.2% plus for our Democratic colleagues to 1.8% for Republicans. Let's talk more fundamentally, though, about how important is competitiveness. The arguments that we heard during our proceedings were that competitive districts forces candidates to the center. Well, ask yourself, is this really true? Given that to win the nomination of either party, candidates have to appeal to their base, which is usually not in the center. For example, claims that Bernie Sanders can't win a national election did not prevent our New Hampshire Democratic colleagues from giving him a victory in our presidential primary. More importantly, forcing to the center discourages reforms and new ideas. In a sense, It is analogous to cancel culture in that it says that debate is permitted only within a narrow range of acceptability as determined by some nebulous standard established by the media or other elite forces not accountable to the citizenry. As examples, would Ronald Reagan or Bernie Sanders ever have emerged as real political forces under the, quote, centrist candidates only formulation? I don't know how many of you in this room are old enough to remember, as I do, when Ronald Reagan first became politically prominent and won national office. But I remember clearly the attacks on him on Mr. Reagan, President Reagan, by both Democrats and more centrist Republicans. His views on foreign policy will, quote, start World War III, and his domestic policies are voodoo economics. Yet those policies brought about the collapse of the Soviet Union and one of our longest periods of sustained prosperity. So what is the bottom line? Our colleagues across the aisle basically assert that on a statewide basis, our congressional delegation should produce an allocation that matches the political breakdown of the state. They argue, in effect, that New Hampshire voters generally lean about 52% voting Democrat and 45% voting Republican. I'm not sure I agree with that assessment, nor do I agree with their idea that a voter whose vote is equally weighted with that of every other voter under the one-man, one-vote principle is somehow disenfranchised because of the way other voters in his or her district are likely to vote. But for present purposes, let's assume that our Democratic colleagues' view is correct. What our friends across the aisle propose to do is construct our congressional districts so that both districts will be Democrat-leaning anywhere from roughly 4.5% to 10%. And what will the result of their formulation? And what will be the result of their formulation? With 52% of the voters, Democrats will get 100% of the congressional seats. They will win both CD1 and CD2, meaning that under their thesis, the 45% of the electorate that tends to vote Republican will be disenfranchised. Under the Republican proposal, by contrast, which aligns the districts more closely to the voters' leanings, the 52% Democrat versus 45% Republican breakdown will more likely, although by no means inevitably, yield a 50-50 split. One Democrat in CD2 and one Republican in CD1. Thus, under our formulation, only 2% of Democratic voters will be disenfranchised. So ask yourself, which is fairer? Disenfranchising the 45% of voters who lean Republican, or the 2% of voters who lean Democratic? The answer is obvious. For all of these reasons, I ask you to support the majority proposal, the majority amendment, and push the green button. I would also move, Mr. Speaker, that this debate be put in the permanent journal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, that's a separate motion later.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
The question now is the ought to pass with amendment motion. Are you ready? Roll call. I was waiting for that. Representative Speedy requests a roll call. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This is going to be a roll call vote. Members, take their seats. Roll call. The question before us is the ought to pass as amended on House Bill 52. This is a roll call vote. The chair recognizes Representative Espedia for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that our congressional districts have remained largely unchanged since they were first established in the 1880s, and I believe that we have been doing it right the last 140 years and do not suddenly need a radical redrawing of our congressional districts, if I know there were 0 Granite Staters, 0, who spoke at our public input sessions and requested the drastic, unnecessary changes proposed by the majority, and if I know gerrymandering when I see it, and I know these districts are reprehensible, would I now press the red button to vote no on the committee report? Thank you.
The chair, House will be in order. The chair recognizes Representative Lynn for a parliamentary inquiry.
If I know, Mr. Speaker, thank you. If I know that the current districts are not competitive, one is more not competitive than the other, but both are really not competitive. And if I know that the majority's proposal will make at least one of them competitive, not a walk for the Republican Party by any means, but at least competitive, would I then press the green button to support the majority proposal? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is on the ought to pass as amended motion on House Bill 52. This is a roll call vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you will press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Laflamme, Representative Langley, Representative John Mann, Representative Mason, Representative Laflamme, are you here? Representative Laflamme, sorry, could you please come closer and try using it?
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? House will attend to the state of the vote. (186) voting yea, 164 voting nay. The committee report is adopted. What reason does the member rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side, I'd like to move reconsideration on House Bill 52 and urge my colleagues to vote no.
The motion is on reconsideration. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The nays have it, and reconsideration is defeated. What reason does a member rise? House will be in order.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the remarks from the previous debate be printed in the permanent journal.
Without objection, the remarks will be printed in the permanent journal.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker?
Oh, yes, Representative.
Thank you. Representative Schuett at mic
That's B1.
I heard you at the beginning of the session today make such an announcement that people were supposed to identify themselves and where they were speaking from. And I have noticed several members who are making unscripted motions, particularly tabling motions, who have not done that. I'm sitting behind a post and it's hard for me to see, and those who are streaming don't know who's speaking. Could you please either enforce that or announce yourself who you've recognized to make motions? Thank you.
The chair recognizes the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we get later in the day, a couple of quick reminders, please. If you need to leave, make sure that you stop by one of the partisan tables to get your parking validated. Otherwise, when you go to leave, it'll cost you $6. So please make sure you stop by and get your stamps on your tickets. Secondly, your voting clickers. We've had a couple that we had to exchange. So for those members that have had those exchanged, please make sure that you notate for yourself which ones those are. Also, you can deposit them at the tables as you're leaving, or you can leave them on your chairs if you're planning to be here tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Representative Stephen Smith. You're up.
We have a majority amendment that's got nothing, so if you're going to let that go, the debate is going to be on the minority amendment that went on for OTPA. There is a floor amendment, but it's not offering it.
Got it. All right. The majority of the committee on Special Committee on Redistricting, to which was referred House Bill 54, an act apportioning county commissioner districts, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. The majority amendment is 2273, printed in House Record 48, on pages 73 to 74. The minority of the Committee on Special Committee on Redistricting, to which was referred House Bill 54, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Question before the House is a majority amendment 2273. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment's adopted. Bill's on second reading and open to further amendment. Representative Weber moves Minority Amendment 2276, printed on House Record 48 on page 74, and is recognized to speak to a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am at microphone B1. So there are 10 counties in the state, as you all know. One county elects its county commissioners as a whole, countywide. So that didn't change. So now we're down to 9. You will be glad to know that the committee members agreed on the maps for 5 of the other counties. So we're down to 4 counties, and the minority amendment addresses those 4 counties. They are counties in which the majority made significant changes, but the majority report says only that the changes that they made were constitutional. There doesn't seem to be any reason for those significant changes. And the minority, having looked at the maps that we have now, have realized that with no changes or minimum changes, we have achieved deviations that are far less significant than the majority. So in Carroll County, the majority has a map which goes in deviation from minus 3.3 to plus 2.6 for a total of 5.9. The minority, with no change to the map at all, has achieved a deviation of 2.9, roughly half of the majority plan. In Merrimack County, where significant changes were made by the majority, the minority moved only 1 town in order to balance the numbers, and that's the only change that the minority makes from the current maps. In Rockingham County, the majority total deviation is 8.2%. If you continue the current map, you get a total deviation of 5.5%. And finally, in Cheshire County, where the Keene area district was kept the same, but where we now have 1 easterly oriented district and 1 westerly oriented district, the district was rotated to be a northern district and a southern district. That was done at a deviation of 7.5%, where no change would have kept the deviation down to 3.7%. So if you are dedicated to the proposition that every person's vote should count the same or as close as we can make it, recognizing that it's never going to be perfect, I would urge you to adopt the minority amendment 2276 by pressing the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The member from Epsom, Representative McGuire, is recognized to speak against the minority amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The minority amendment, as was stated, keeps most of the districts the same. The majority amendment, which we have already adopted, aligns the county commissioner districts better with the state rep districts that we previously adopted. And the only other significant change was in Merrimack County, where the majority plan has 1 town with the city of Concord, and the minority plan has 2 towns with the city of Concord for the same population. We think that the majority maps are more appropriate and more, more appropriate and more representative, and we hope you will support them.
Thank you. The question before the House is Minority Committee Amendment 2276. Are you ready for the question? Division vote's been called. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats.
Division!
The question is on the Minority Committee Amendment 2276. This is a division vote. If you're in favor of the amendment, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Representative Weber is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that there is no reason to align the commissioner districts with the state representative districts because they deal with completely different issues, and if I know that this amendment provides lower deviations and less disruption to the existing districts which are working well, would I now press the green button? Thank you.
Thank you. Representative McGuire is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have adopted the majority amendment. As I know, then there's no reasons to change. Please vote red.
This is a division vote. If you're in favor of the amendment, you'll press the green 1A button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red 2B button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Allegro, Representative Altschuler, Representative Burstein, Representative Baldessaro, Representative Di Silvestro, Representative Fadolfi, Representative Egan, Representative Infantine, Representative Kate Murray, Representative Muse, Representative Mark Pearson, Representative Pitaro,
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. (157) having voted in the affirmative, 182 in the negative. The amendment fails. The question now is on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. Are you ready for the question? Division votes. Okie dokie. Well, look at that. The member from Walpole, Representative Weber, is recognized to speak against. Okay. Perfect. So this is a division vote. Members, please take your seats. It's like everybody's here. Okay. The questions on the Majority Committee report of ought to pass as amended. Representative Piedra is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
It's Representative Espitia.
I'm sorry, Espitia.
No worries. Mr. Speaker, if I know that as amended, this bill significantly reconfigures districts and counties where it is not required, and if I know the committee amendment proposes higher deviation in some counties than proposals with fewer adjustments, if I know that we can do better and believe that we should do better, would I now press the red button to vote no to reject the committee report? Thank you.
Thank you. Member from Barrington, Representative Churkott, recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 54, as amended, meets all constitutional and unanimously imposed committee requirements, would I now support the majority of the Special Committee on Redistricting's Commissioner map by pressing the green button?
Thank you. This is a division vote. If you are in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Ames, okay, got it. Representative Infantine, if you could just move a little closer, it'll probably pick it up. Representative Cannon.
It looks like you're walking towards us holding a phaser.
Representative Mackey, Representative Lockman, Representative McBride, Representative McAleer. Is Representative Packard in the room? Mr. Speaker, you're in the room, please vote.
Thank you.
Representative Trelevin.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. (184) having voted in the affirmative, 159 in the negative. The committee report is adopted.
Mr. Speaker,
For what reason does the member rise?
having voted in the affirmative on HB 54, I move reconsideration and urge a no or red vote.
Representative Duchette moves reconsideration on HB 54. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The motion fails.
Mr. Speaker, can I move to print the remarks from the last debate into the permanent journal?
Without objection. Nice. The Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 488, an act establishing a committee to study the benefits of allowing New Hampshire citizens to purchase health insurance from out-of-state companies. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. The questions on the committee report of interim study. Are you ready for the
Question for the chair.
state your inquiry?
This is a parliamentary inquiry, which is the bill that we're voting on is a study committee bill, which has been referred to interim study, which is not entirely unprecedented, but pretty rare. So what will the interim study committee be allowed to study? Will they merely be studying the narrow question of whether there should have been a study committee in the first place, or will they be able to look at the underlying issue?
I would imagine during interim study they would consider and answer all those questions. Thank you for your inquiry.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker.
I hear you, but I don't see you. Who's up now? Oh, there you are.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I was standing here waiting before, but then you went in real quick into the next bill. I was trying to get a motion in on the last bill, HB 52, into the journal.
Already done.
Already done? Okay, I missed it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're welcome. Back to the bill at hand. The question is on the committee report of interim study. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted. The majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 592 FN, an act requiring bond from pharmaceutical companies providing vaccines. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Greason for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Christy Bartlett for the minority of the committee. All right. Yep. The member from Seabrook, Representative Abramson, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in favor of the motion for interim study on House Bill 592, bonds for vaccines. We found during the hearing only 6% of those suffering from vaccine injuries, mostly children, resulted in compensation from the Federal Vaccine Fund, and only after many years of costly litigation. Children suffering brain damage, autism, and other medical complications need medical help now, so the Republicans on Commerce felt that some solution needed to be found to help these families sooner. So for that reason, I'm asking members to press the green button and support the majority on Commerce.
Thank you. The member from Concord, Representative Bartlett, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm over here on 1A. I rise before you to speak against the recommendation to refer for interim study. There are many flaws in this bill that no amount of amending it could fix. First, the sponsor admitted that he didn't understand what a bond is and its purpose. Next, a $1 billion bond is not obtainable in any market for this purpose. Third, we know that vaccines have prevented terrible diseases such as smallpox, measles, and polio. These are diseases of the past. This bill may be aiming at the current pandemic, but the unintended consequences of this type of broad sweep for any vaccine is so very dangerous. Why would the New Hampshire legislature want to make it more difficult for pharmaceutical companies to distribute vaccines? I'm not up here to defend the profits of the large pharmaceutical companies, but I don't believe that setting up another state agency or fund is a viable answer. Administering such a program fund to compensate anyone who might want to make a claim, preempting the National Vaccine Compensation Program, would also be a huge hurdle to overcome. There's no money in the budget for such a program, nor is there consideration for how the DHHS could possibly respond. There's no mechanism in the bill for determining a medical condition from a vaccine reaction. Would you just tell your doctor that you're not feeling well from your vaccine and the state would give you money? Nor is there any provision for determining a fraudulent claim, nor which state agency would be responsible for investigating. How would DHHS know how to investigate such a claim?
Can I ask the member to suspend for a moment? It's a bit noisy in here, and the member has a right to be heard, so let's give her that right. I apologize, Representative. Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill requires a turnaround time of 15 days from the date of receipt of a claim to payment. It's completely unreasonable without due process. The bill is trying to set up a pool of money from which people can draw from without oversight and without the structure that would be necessary to make this a meaningful program. During the public hearing, many spoke in opposition with pointed questions to which there were no answers. No other states are currently considering such an action. Please vote down the motion so another motion can be brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The member from Wentworth, Representative Greason, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. House Bill 592 is intended to provide New Hampshire residents with protection against injury caused by vaccinations. Now, nothing about this bill or its sponsor and supporters should be slandered with the pejorative of anti-vax. This bill is not COVID-centric, although it does apply to COVID. Now, advancements in medicine have resulted in vaccines being developed that have helped minimize the effects and spread of some of the deadliest viruses ever to plague the planet. So there is value to vaccines, no one is denying that, but as with every medicine or vaccine, there are potential risks. No vaccine or medicine is 100% effective, and some people will experience significant side effects, even death. The National Institutes for Health state that more than 1.5 million people are hospitalized every year because of, quote, adverse drug reactions, unquote, meaning side effects from medications, and approximately 100,000 patients die from drug side effects. However, according to 42 U.S. Code subsection 300, no vaccine manufacturer shall be liable in a civil action for damages arising from a vaccine-related injury or death associated with the administration of a vaccine after October 1st, 1988, if the injury or death resulted from side effects that were unavoidable even though the vaccine was properly prepared and was accompanied by proper directions and warnings. The National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program was subsequently developed to handle vaccine injury claims because vaccine injuries do happen. In fact, over $4.7 billion has been paid out covering 8,594 compensable vaccine injury claims since the program began in 1988. But that's 8,594 claims paid out of 24,696 petitions filed, or just 35%. Funding for the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program comes from a 75-cent dose per dose tax on every dose of vaccine administered for every disease being vaccinated against. So that means an MMR, measles, mumps, and rubella, would have $2.25 tax applied because it covers 75 cents for measles, 75 cents for mumps, and 75 cents for rubella. The National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program only covers childhood vaccines and seasonal flu shots. But it was only in 2006 that the flu shot started being covered, and adults injured by a flu shot could also file a petition. And since 2006, 5,351 claims have been paid out of 23,619 petitions filed for injuries due to flu shots. This means, since the program's inception, over 60% of all paid claims have been since 2006 and were for adults injured as a result of receiving flu shots. Now, the National Vaccine Injury Compensation program does not cover all vaccines. It does not cover shingles, pneumococcal pneumonia, off-season flu shots, and several others. And because the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program does not cover all vaccines, people may be injured by a vaccine and have no recourse whatsoever. And it should be noted that the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program does not cover the COVID shot. And this is where House Bill 592 becomes important. One, House Bill 592 could be amended to apply to all vaccines authorized for use under the emergency use authorization, including those for COVID. It could be amended to compensate New Hampshire residents injured by a vaccine not covered by the National Vaccine Injury Compensation Program. Following discussions with multiple vaccine injury attorneys, it was determined that House Bill 592 would be a beneficial program if it were amended to cover only vaccines not covered by the national program, because when someone files a petition with the national program, they must declare whether or not they've already received any compensation for their injury. Any compensation under House Bill 592 could and would most likely interfere with the national program, and that is an undesired consequence. Additionally, concerns arose during work sessions regarding the funding mechanism for this program. A better funding mechanism would be needed than a bond, such as a per-dose fee. Insulting the intelligence of the sponsor of the bill does not solve anything. Given that there are still some details that need work, but the overall validity and usefulness of this bill remains, the majority of the Commerce Committee has agreed to refer House Bill 592 for interim study to determine how best to proceed. And I hope everyone will agree with the majority and allow House Bill 592 to go to interim study and have the details worked out, because vaccine injuries can occur to anyone regardless of party affiliation. Thank you.
Thank you. The questions on the majority report of referred for interim study. Somebody requested a division vote, so this will be a division vote. Representative Burt requests a roll call. Shocker. Is that sufficiently seconded? I don't think it's sufficiently seconded. This will be a division vote. They were already standing there. Yeah, they'll have to wave next time. They're already standing there, so I couldn't tell they were standing the second.
Division!
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
I counted at least 14.
We didn't. Sorry.
I have glasses.
It's a division vote.
All right.
Roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Already offered, not sufficiently seconded. We're in the voting mode. Members are taking their seats now. Okay. Representative Burrows is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a $1 billion bond is not obtainable in any market for the purpose of compensating anyone who might want to seek reimbursement or payment of the costs related to illness and death due to a vaccine, and if I know that there is no money in the state budget for such a program, nor is there consideration as to how DHHS will administer such a program, and if I know that this bill attempts to create a pool of money to administer such a program without any oversight and without any specific structure, would I now push the red button to vote against the committee recommendation to refer for interim study? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Greason is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a bill has validity but still has some details that could be hashed out if given the opportunity through an interim study, would I press the green button to allow that bill to be referred to for interim study? Thank you.
Thank you. The questions on the Majority Committee report are referred for interim study. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Alexander. Thank you. Representative Allegro. Representative Mackey. Who the hell's that? Representative Wayne McDonald. Representative Lockman. Representative Nutting Wong. Representative Snow. Representative Thompson.
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 168 having voted in the affirmative, 167 in the negative. The committee report is adopted. The majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 68, an act requiring an employer to provide reasonable accommodations for pregnant employees. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Greason for the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Bartlett for the minority of the committee. The member from Concord, Representative Bartlett, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I come before you to speak against the soft death, also known as interim study. This bill has been heard before the House and Senate in the past, and both times passed by voice vote, but lost in the Omnibus Bill of 2020. The bill simply requires an employer to provide reasonable accommodations to an employee related to the employee's pregnancy or childbirth. There are provisions in different parts of existing law, but this bill would consolidate non-discrimination for pregnancy-caused issues into one location in the statute. Statistics show that we're in a time of new businesses and more entrepreneurship. There will be new employees, new pregnancies, and new work situations. There is a hardship clause included for any employer that can demonstrate that the accommodation would impose an undue hardship on the operation of the employer's business. At a time when businesses are desperately trying to find employees, why would the New Hampshire legislature want to make it more difficult for a pregnant woman in the workplace? Since 2016, there have been 4 public employer charges and 74 private employer charges filed. The New Hampshire Commission for Human Rights exists to enforce the law against discrimination in employment. They can provide volunteer mediators at no cost to the parties to mitigate disputes. The Commission does not provide legal advice, nor do they want to take sides. Even with positive outcomes from the mediations, having a statute that applies to discrimination for pregnancy-related issues in one place that is clear, concise, and easy to find should be the aim for any law, shouldn't it? It's helpful for any employer looking to comply, too. For those of us who have been pregnant, there are some inconveniences about this temporary condition. Most employers want to do the right thing and may just need some guidance. The Commission is not there with a sledgehammer, and we know they're not looking to go to court for unnecessary reasons. Clarifying the discrimination statute is a win-win for all sides, the employee, the employer, and the public. Please note there were 91 who signed in support of this bill and only 5 in opposition. Please vote against the motion so that another motion can be brought forward. Thank you.
Thank you. The member from Wentworth, Representative Greason, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker and members of the House. During testimony on SB 68, the Executive Director of the Human Rights Commission, including others plus other members of the House, repeatedly testified that all this bill would do is copy portions of current laws as written in different RSAs and place them in one location. However, despite testimony saying this law would not actually change anything, all references to the new location in statute would put this bill under workers' compensation laws. All references were to workers' compensation laws. And it would introduce changes making pregnancy a compensable disability. Now, I'm not sure how one gets pregnant at work, but that's a different issue. Due to the potential conflict, the majority of the Commerce Committee recommends SB 68 be referred for interim study in order to best define what needs to be done, who needs to do it, and where in statute it needs to be placed. Thank you.
Thank you. The question is on the Majority Committee report of referred for interim study. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. No. The ayes have it, and the committee report's adopted.
Representative Doucette, can you please come up here?
There he is.
Representative Doucette.
All right. While they're working that out, the majority of the Committee on Commerce and Consumer Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 69, FN, an act requiring employers to provide access to a sufficient space for nursing mothers and reasonable break time, Having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Johnson for the committee. The amendment is 2175H, printed in House Record 48 on pages 108 to 109. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Bartlett for the minority of the committee. The chair recognizes Representative Hunt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I really want to get commerce over right now, and just found out that there's some information about this bill that it's probably an unfunded mandate.
Representative Hunt,
Would
you
I like
wanna
to make a motion
Okay.
to lay Senate Bill 69 on the table?
Representative Hunt moves that Senate Bill 69 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? A division vote's been requested. This will be a division vote.
Question of the presiding officer, parliamentary inquiry. At E1.
That what?
Division!
What's your parliamentary inquiry?
My parliamentary inquiry is an actual parliamentary inquiry. If this bill is laid on the table, when is the opportunity to take it off the table? Could it be taken off the table theoretically tomorrow, or is there a time limit?
It can come off the table anytime. Yeah, and bills that come off the table, the deadline you want to look at is, in this case, last day to act on Senate bills. So before that, you can still do something with it.
All right, thank you very much.
So the question before the House is whether to table Senate Bill 69. This is a division vote. Members should be in their seats. Yep. Weston. Representative Weston is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that in these times of short labor supply, we need to respect the needs of every worker, including new mothers, to keep them in the workforce. And if I know that babies flourish on their mother's milk during their first year of life, and everyone in New Hampshire wants healthy babies, and if I know that tabling this bill will deny this House the opportunity to discuss the merits of the bill, then would I not push the red button to defeat the tabling motion?
Thank you. Representative Rice is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that SB 69 is an unfunded mandate on municipalities and schools, would I now vote green to table SB 69? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The question is whether to lay Senate Bill 69 on the table. This is a division vote. If you're in favor of laying it on the table, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Baruti, are you still here? Representative Katsoukaris? Representative Mackey? I think he left. Representative Bill Nelson? Representative Vincent? Representative Testerman?
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 180 having voted in the affirmative, 155 in the negative. Senate Bill 69 is laid on the table. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 147 FN, an act relative to assault against an elderly person, having considered the same, report the same with the following amendment and the recommendation that the bill ought to pass with amendment. Representative Terry Roy for the majority of the committee. The committee amendment is 2200, printed in House Record 48 on pages 83 to 84. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the following resolution: resolved that it is inexpedient to legislate. Representative Chris True for the minority of the committee. The question is on the committee amendment 2200H. Are you ready for the question? Division vote's been requested. This will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. Representative Burt has asked for a roll call, and it is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. You still have to take your seats. Roll call! Question is on the committee amendment 2200.
Mr. Speaker, can I do a PI?
This will be a roll call vote. If you're in favor of the amendment, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Press red. Red.
Representative Altshuler, Representative Aaron, Representative Blasik, Representative Baldessaro, Representative Bunker, Representative Burrows, Representative Chase, Representative Elliott, Representative Frost, Representative Gottling, Representative Gay, Representative Grota, Representative Ham, Representative Herbert, Representative Levitt, Representative Laflamme, Representative Lockman, Representative Love, Representative Maggie, Representative Maggiore, Representative Bill Nelson, Representative Porter, Representative Ploget, Representative Perez, Representative Peterson, Representative Rice, Representative Query, Representative Snow, Representative Timothy Smith, Representative Denise Smith, Representative Testerman, Representative Vincent, Representative Thompson, Representative Von Plinsky, Representative Vale.
Well then, have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 66 having voted in the affirmative, 260 in the negative. The amendment fails. Question is now on ought to pass on House Bill 147.
Mr. Speaker?
Yeah.
Representative Abbas at D1. I'd like to make a motion on table.
Representative Abbas moves that House Bill 147 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. Okay. House Bill 147 is laid on the table. That's a good time for it. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 238, an act prohibiting provocations based on a victim's actual or perceived gender, gender identity, gender expression, or sexual orientation for being used as a defense in manslaughter cases. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Conley for the majority of the committee.
Mr. Speaker, Mayor, B1. Can I get a point of order?
Yeah.
We're on 238, but we have 237 on the calendar.
To quote a good friend and colleague, I take what they give me.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Got it. The majority of the Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, to which was referred House Bill 237, FNA, an act relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis and making appropriations therefor. Having considered the same, report the same with the recommendation that the bill be referred for interim study. Representative Kevin Pratt for the majority of the committee. The minority of the committee, having considered the same and being unable to agree with the majority, report with the recommendation that the bill ought to pass. Representative Casey Conley for the minority of the committee. The member from Dover, Representative Conley, is recognized to speak against the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I do rise today against the interim study recommendation for HB 237. So gung-ho.
It's getting pretty noisy in here. I'm right here and I'm having trouble hearing them. The member has a right to be heard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So as I was saying, a nearly identical version of this bill came before this very House 2 years ago. It passed this House with strong bipartisan support. This is not a bill that needs more study. This bill would create a mechanism to legalize, regulate, and tax recreational cannabis for adults 21 and older. It sets reasonable limits for the possession of cannabis and cannabis products that are consistent with personal use. It supports private enterprise, and it creates a framework to determine who could sell this product, where these stores could be located, and how these businesses would be regulated. It establishes a framework for how cannabis revenue would be allocated. The estimated $40 million a year in new revenue would pay for substance misuse programs. It would go to the general fund, and it would help offset local property taxes. Finally, this bill restricts advertising of cannabis and cannabis-related products. It's a complex bill. It takes up nearly 30 pages. But it's a finely detailed bill to govern how a legalization structure would work in the state. The framework contained in this did not emerge out of thin air. In fact, the bill before you incorporates key recommendations from the state's own Cannabis Study Commission, which offered a roadmap and best practices for how to legalize and regulate cannabis for adult use. Those best practices and that roadmap are the core of this bill. Everyone in this room is aware that New Hampshire is an island of cannabis prohibition. Cannabis is now legal in 18 states, blue states, red states, purple states. The sky has not fallen in these places. New Hampshire residents want cannabis to be legal here too. We know that because they've told us they want it to be legal here. The most recent UNH poll showed support for legalization has grown to 78%. Again, 78% of our residents want this to pass. So with that, I ask you again, please reject the interim study recommendation so that another more appropriate motion can be made. And Mr. Speaker, I ask for a division vote.
Thank you. The member from Salem, Representative Abbas, is recognized to speak in support of the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify what this bill would actually do, it would create 2 new taxes, including a sales tax, which completely contradicts the New Hampshire advantage. It also would create a transfer tax, which is kind of similar to a sales tax, if you ask me. So anyone who took that pledge to not support any new taxes, you would be violating that pledge.
The member suspend for a sec. I know it's awkward, but they'll hear you better if you speak right into it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
See?
Oh, that is much better. In addition to that, there are several bills that have been filed relating to recreational cannabis that my colleague who just spoke actually co-sponsored with me, that the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee has yet to have a public hearing on. And I believe that those bills are much more rounded and don't have any new taxes, but those haven't obviously been considered yet. Considering what this bill would actually do is create a large expansion of government that is not supported by any revenue stream that is sustainable to actually fund that. And that is an unknown in the fiscal note. Given that consideration, and given that there's a lot of over-regulation of a product, and when I say over-regulation, you would legalize a product, but you wouldn't be allowed to put the plant in your window. You're only allowed to you're gonna have a private enterprise that can only sell 1 ounce of its product at a time, yet that is the only product that they sell. That is a recipe for disaster, and there's been nothing presented to our committee to suggest that that type of business model that is over-regulated like that is sustainable. Therefore, I ask that we support the committee recommendation to interim study so we can consider the other bills that we have yet to have a public hearing on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. A division vote was requested on this. It will be a division vote. Members, please take your seats. I feel bad. I can't even get a name right. So. We all in? All right. The question before the House is the majority committee report of referred for interim study. Representative Abramson is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that nearly 80% of the people in New Hampshire now support re-legalization of marijuana, if I understand that more and more people, conservative, liberal, moderate, libertarian, independent, want to get the drug problem to pay for itself, and Mr. Speaker, if I don't believe in taxation at all, if I believe that taxation of wages is slavery, but I still understand that this is much, much, much better than literally putting people in prison and turning them into de facto slaves in reality, would I press the red button so that another motion can be made?
Thank you. Representative Abbas is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that HB 237 would create a sales tax, and if I know, Mr. Speaker, that, well, taxation is theft, would I then go ahead and push that green button?
We're already in the middle of the vote. So. The question is on the Majority Committee report of referred for interim study. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Abrami, Representative DeShays, got you all set, Representative. Representative Sodi, Representative Testerman, Representative Vale, you're good. Representative Tripp. You're all set, Representative DeShays. Representative Herbert. You here?
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 158 having voted in the affirmative, 171 in the negative. The committee report fails.
Mr. Speaker,
Representative
I would move
Conley.
ought to pass on HB 237.
Representative Conley moves ought to pass on House Bill 237. Are you ready for the question? Division vote's been requested. This will be a division vote. Representative Harrington requests a roll call vote. Is that sufficiently seconded? It is sufficiently seconded. This will be a roll call vote. Members, please take your seats.
Roll call.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker?
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker?
One moment, please. For what reason does the member rise?
I know we're in the voting room, but I was wondering if I could make a motion to table.
Yeah, we've already put the question, so
Okay, thank you.
Got it. All right. The question is on the motion about to pass on House Bill 237.
Mr. Speaker?
For what reason does the member rise?
Point of order. I moved by email, move ought to pass on HB 237 if the IS motion fails and PI if no one else signs up. I requested to speak on this. If the
We already have PIs.
What's that?
We already have PIs.
Okay. All right. I asked to speak in the email.
Okay. Abbas, then Egan. Representative Abbas is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know that a bill that I am the prime sponsor of would allow recreational cannabis but not have a sales tax, and Mr. Speaker, if I know that HB 237 actually has a sales tax and a transfer tax. And Mr. Speaker, lastly, if I know that this bill will likely be assigned to another committee, and the non-sales tax bill would probably be voted on in our committee, Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee, before this bill is voted on again by the House, should I go ahead and push that red button and oppose the motion of ought to pass? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Egan's recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if I know that a 2019 UNH survey stated that 78% of New Hampshire residents supporting legalizing cannabis and 80% would support cannabis being sold and licensed at retail outlets, then should we act on what the people of New Hampshire want? And Mr. Speaker, if I know that the three states surrounding New Hampshire have legal cannabis businesses creating and will create as up to $2 billion to a state directly below us, then New Hampshire is losing out on new revenue that could help fund key issues in the state like public education and mental health care without raising property taxes. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, if I believe that an ought to pass on this bill will allow New Hampshire to have learned from the best practices and the worst practices of the other states in New England regarding legalized cannabis, and we now know how to move forward with logical and sustainable legalized cannabis for New Hampshire residents, but I now vote yes on ought to pass and push the green button. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. The question is on the motion of ought to pass on House Bill 237. If you are in favor, you'll be pressing the red button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the green button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds. What's going on? I got it backwards.
Just say if you're in favor of ought to pass.
If you're in favor of ought to pass, you'll be pressing the green button. If you're opposed, you'll be pressing the red button.
Representative Levesque, Representative Levitt, Representative McBride, Representative Tripp, Representative Sodi. Good. Representative Levitt, is that you back there that I see? Can you come down because you're not registering?
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. (163) having voted in the affirmative, 170 in the negative. The motion fails. Representative
Mr. Speaker.
Abbas is recognized for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, can I make a motion to table?
Yes, you may. Representative Abbas moves that House Bill 237 be laid on the table. Are you ready for the question? Division vote's been requested. Members, please take your seats again.
Division!
The question is whether to lay House Bill 237 on the table.
Mr. Speaker,
There we go.
point of order.
State your point of order.
Oh, never mind, it just changed. The screen wasn't matching the vote.
All right. That's a division vote. Are there PIs? Okay.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. Back here on E1.
State your point of order.
Correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure I am. Didn't we just defeat 237?
No. We voted down a motion.
Okay.
So ought to pass was proposed, ought to pass failed. That's the parliamentary state right now. So the motion before the House is whether to lay House Bill 237 on the table. If you are in favor of laying it on the table, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative Levitt, could you please come back down? Representative Ammon? Representative Bailey? Representative Allegro? Representative Tucker? Representative Stavis?
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. 300 having voted in the affirmative, 32 in the negative.
Mr. Speaker.
House Bill 237 is laid on the table.
Mr. Speaker.
For what reason does the member rise?
D1. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make a motion.
State your motion.
I'd like to special order House Bill 607 to the next order of business.
Representative Ammon moves that House Bill 607 be ordered to the next order of business. Representative Shurtleff asked for a division vote. Representative Ammon, would you like to speak to your motion? Representative Ammon, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I would.
All right, go ahead.
We heard similar things earlier when we special ordered the redistricting bills. There's issues of weather and people's health, and I think the attendance in this room represents as a good representation of the will of the people. So, and another reason is I thought we'd get to education today, but we spent so much time on other bills that we haven't. So let's hear the debate about House Bill 607, and please vote green on special order.
The House will be in order. Representative Shurtleff is recognized to speak against the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would ask my friends in the House to please vote against the motion to special order this bill, House Bill 607. We are now within 25 minutes of the time that the Speaker has told us that we'd be recessing at 6 o'clock. I know it's a long day and many people in the chamber are getting tired, including myself. Mr. Speaker, also we've got 8 people signed up to speak on this bill. This House, we maybe did not make as much progress as we would like to, but everyone has been attentive and taken part in all the votes. It has been a very long day. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'd say to you that I know there are some municipalities that have city meetings tonight, like the city of Nashua and other communities where members want to get to those meetings, and we have members that have left who did want to take part in this this debate and this vote on House Bill 607. So I'd ask the body to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Shurtleff requested a division vote. Members, please take your seats.
Division!
The question before the House is whether to special order House Bill 607 to the next order of business. Representative Shurtleff is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I know, Mr. Speaker, that the House was told that we would recess at 6 p.m., which is only 20 minutes from now, and if I know, Mr. Speaker, we've got 8 people signed up to debate this bill, and if I know, Mr. Speaker, that it's been a long day, we're all tired, and some of our members have already left for the day because of this weather. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned earlier, there are some community meetings tonight that our members want to get to. Would I now push the red button and vote no? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Representative Ammon is recognized for parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, if I know our side of the aisle is not tired and that we're here to do the business of the people, and if I know that this is a good representation based on the procedures earlier today, and that we want to hear this important bill, this bill is going to go to a second committee. We have a lot of questions about this bill in our communities. Let's hear the debate tonight, and if I know that when I push the green button.
The question is whether to reorder House Bill 607. Special order House Bill 607 in the next order of business. This is a division vote. If you're in favor, you'll press the green button. If you're opposed, you'll press the red button. Voting stations are open for 30 seconds.
Representative DiLorenzo, Representative Gallagher, Representative Gamarlo, Representative Lockman,
Have all members present had an opportunity to vote? The House will attend to the state of the vote. (161) having voted in the affirmative, 172 in the negative. The motion fails. The House will be in order. Sure.
Chair recognizes the member from Auburn, Representative Osborne, for the third reading motion.
All right, resolved that the House now adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that the reading of bills be by title only, and resolutions by caption only, and that all bills ordered to third reading be read a third time by this resolution, and that all titles of bills be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time. And when the House adjourns today, it be to meet Thursday, January 6th, 2022 at 9 a.m.
Question is on the third reading motion. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The third reading motion is adopted.
We have no announcements, but we do have unanimous consent, including memorial remarks, so please be quiet.
Okay, we have no announcements. I have one. I've been told that the attendants are at the exit gates ready to take your tickets. We do have three unanimous consents, two are memorial. So I would ask that everybody please be attentive. The chair recognizes Representative Long. These are memorial remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I asked if Manchester delegates want to rise. Mr. Speaker, I rise in memorial and reflection of our colleague, Representative Barbara Shaw. Representative Shaw led a life of community service throughout her entire life. She served children, teaching for 35 years, and after retirement, she served for many more years as an assistant principal and substitute teacher. Representative Shaw served 22 years in this House and 14 years as an alderman in Manchester. I would often have conversation with Representative Shaw and learn quickly of her respect and appreciation for the people she served. Her compassion and ability in service to her constituents remarkably shined brightly. Representative Shaw has the unique ability in taking her constituents by the hand and showing them a way into a better quality of life. She wouldn't direct them, she would walk with them. At 79 years old, she was delivering struggling constituents to work. Spent the weekend packing an elder woman who was unable to do so on her own to move out of her apartment. And spent precious time with a terminally ill former student, bringing him to the State House in Aldermanic meetings, showing him how special he was and how grateful she was of his help to her work.
Will the member will people please have respect for the memorial remarks? You may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Shaw glowed of honesty and caring for all those who happened to cross her path. I recall setting up a meeting for Manchester and calling Representative Shaw to see if the day and time would fit her schedule. She told me she wants to attend the meeting, but at that time she goes to church with her sister. I told her I can accommodate her under one condition, that when you go to church, can you pray for me? I could still hear her unique voice clearly in my head saying, "Do you really think that's going to help you?" As I reflected this past week, my heart would often hurt over the loss I would be experiencing. I thought of whom would suffer the greatest loss, her family, especially her grandchildren, whom she would consistently watch, and if you had the luxury of having a conversation with her, you knew what they looked like and what their individual characters were like. Her constituents, it's not often that you would see an elected official selflessly walk with their troubled constituent toward a better quality of life. Representative Shaw always found the personal time in working to bring solutions to all the fortunate people she served. Students throughout her life, she was compelled in bringing opportunity to young people that needed the extra mentoring and academic achievement. I knew of her after-school work at Manchester's Elmwood Garden, a low-income and new American neighborhood. Last week, I received a call from a nun in Nashua over work with students there also. Representative Barbara Shaw, thank you for touching our lives and the lives of so many people in New Hampshire. I know in my heart where you are today. Do you think you could put in a good word for us in the legislature? Representative Barbara Shaw, may your well-deserved rest be in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, D2. Mr. Speaker, D2.
D2. D1, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask that the remarks by the distinguished gentleman from Manchester be entered into the public record.
Without objection. Representative Mooney.
Thank you. I'm at D2. Mr. Speaker and members of the House, I rise to recognize 3 distinguished former state representatives from Merrimack who earned their eternal rewards last year. They are the Honorable Jack Balcom, the Honorable Nancy Elliott, and the Honorable Tony Pellegrino. Jack Balcom was a proud graduate of the United States Naval Academy, then enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. He was dedicated to public service, having served 3 terms in the New Hampshire House, including that as Vice Chair of Education. He spent countless hours devoted to civic and charitable organizations, young students, and committees in town, including service as a water commissioner and as trustee of the trust funds. Nancy Elliott served 3 terms in the House on the Judiciary Committee. She was known for her kind demeanor, good humor, and passionate advocacy for the vulnerable, disabled, and elderly. After the legislature, she traveled the world speaking and testifying on behalf of the Euthanasia Prevention Coalition. Tony Pellegrino served 5 terms in the New Hampshire House, including that as Vice Chair of the Labor, Industrial, and Rehabilitative Services Committee. Additionally, he held various leadership positions in town, such as Selectman, the Civil Defense Director for Merrimack, and as a Water Commissioner. The entire Merrimack delegation is truly blessed to have known and worked with Jack, Nancy, and Tony. The Merrimack community is fortunate to have benefited from their years of dedicated service. They will be dearly missed, and we respectfully ask that you remember them and their families in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
Can we all have a moment of silence for our deceased colleagues, who many of us knew?
Mr. Speaker, may I please ask that the comments of Representative Mooney be entered into the permanent record?
Without objection. Representative Perez.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for letting me speak up. I would ask for a minute of silence for the 13 lives that we lost in Philadelphia today. During our session, there was a big fire in Philadelphia, and we still counting how many more lives we're going to lose from that fire. So I would like to take a minute of silence for those people who lost their lives, including 3 children. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House is in recess until Thursday. Representative Osborne moves that the House stand in recess for the purpose of the introduction of bills, enrolled bill amendments, and enrolled bill reports, and receiving messages. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Tim Lang for a very quick announcement.
One quick announcement from Representative Lang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to invite the entire House over to Bellavance Brewery. The owner has agreed to open his establishment to everybody, give them a walking tour, and this includes with staff if they want to come over, do a walking tour and provide some food as well. So again, it's Bellavance Brewery on Pettingill Road and here in Londonderry. Thank you.
The House is in recess until Thursday, January 6, 2022 at 9 a.m. Okay.